Good morning, Priya.
Oh, morning.
How's the assignment so far?
Hello, pardon?
How is the assignment so far? Did you already discuss with your group members?
Yes, now we are currently like recruiting our members, like gathering them in one group.
Okay, that's good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fresh food. Fresh from the ocean. Cleaned and baked instantly. And served straight to your table. Inspired by its astounding nature and culture. Ready to be explored in a mouth-watering journey. Step out of your comfort zone. Experience the delightful taste of Indonesia. Enjoy familiar dishes in not-so-familiar environments. From healthy breakfasts, exotic fruit juice, to traditional brunch, lunch at the sea. Many do, where eating a fare goes from day to late at night. Nice surprises. The common corn. The not-so-common fried duck. All presented in style. Exploring street food. A great way to get together for a fun time. An Indonesian favorite pastime with an endless array of local cuisine. Some spicy, others savory. Mixed and matched to the preferences of each and every patron. Of course, Indonesia has also its own brand of fine dining. Origins are obvious, but it is the adaptation, the blending of international and local cultures that keep gourmets coming back for more. Simply serving the best of two worlds. And for the more adventurous, Indonesia is the real deal. Authentic, exotic culinary experiences. Original recipes and traditional fairs. Prepared with much love and passion. Fusing culinary customs and ingredients. Street food is the ultimate experience. The mouth-watering journey that lifts the spirit and broadens the mind. Always with the typical friendliness of Indonesian people. food from the heart and for the heart. Wonderful Indonesia.
Right, good morning, everyone. We are now in the second day of virtual summer school. Okay, we are now having 32 participants, including our speaker for today. Prof. Pakorn is already with us this morning. All right, should we start now or waiting? I'm sorry, Prof. Pakorn, would you mind if we are waiting for another 5 minutes?
It is okay. Yes. No
All right.
problem.
Thank you, Prof. Pakorn.
Yes.
Okay, while we are waiting for other participants, we will begin at 9:05. All right. Good morning, Safina. Group name she shared in the classroom. My name is not mentioned. All right. If you don't find your name on the group list, you can join in whatever group you want. So just ask the group members, and then you can join with them. So you can choose to join with any group you want. Hi, Safina, are you there? Okay, hopefully that answers your question. So for other participants who couldn't find your name on the group list, you can join any group you want. So ask your peers to include you in their group. So you can choose the topic and then the group you want to join. Aku tanya dulu deh ini. Okay, you're welcome, Safina. Good morning to participants. We have Anissa Fitriati. Good morning from MSU.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. How about the assignment?
What do you mean?
Did you already join the group?
Oh yeah, yesterday I just download the Telegram, but I
All right.
haven't.
All right. Okay. For all participants, the committee will share again the Excel contained the group list. So you can try to find your name on the group list. If you couldn't find your name, you can join to any group you want. It's better for all participants to join the Telegram because we also upload the Excel sheet contain the group list on the Telegram, and it will be easier for all participants to communicate with your peers. So please make sure that you already joined the Telegram or the Google Classroom as well. Hope you enjoy our second day, Anissa Fitriati.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. All right, 1 minute to go. Okay. All right, everyone, it's already 9:05. We will begin our lecture for today. Good morning, for all participants. Welcome to the second day of the Virtual Summer School Program 2022, entitled Green Sustainable Chemistry for a Better Future. With me again, Vidya, as your moderator for this morning's session. Today, we will be having two sessions. In the morning session, we will have Professor Pakorn from Thammasat University, Thailand. And in the afternoon session, we will be having Dr. Himawan from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Our topic for today's lecture is about the circular economy. So essentially, the circular economy is all about using non-renewable materials or non-renewable resources to renewable ones, and then using the renewable resources as long as possible, and then maximize the value of the products that we can get from the products that we make. So the circular economy can also contribute to achieve multiple SDGs, including SDG number 2, zero hunger, SDG number 7 on energy, SDG 8 on economic growth, SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production, SDG 13 on climate change, SDG 15 on life on land. And our speaker for this morning will be talking about the circular economy in more details, especially about polymers materials in circular economy. But before we get started to the lecture, please enjoy our video about the circular economy.
Talk of sustainability is everywhere today, and along with it, a growing awareness of the linear model of our existing economy. This linear economic model is captured in the popular description of the economy as a process of take, make, and dispose. We take natural resources from our environment, produce a product, and push it out to end users who then dispose of it. This used to not be such a problem. However, as the economy has grown and reached planetary limits, inputs are appearing more limited and outputs have become increasingly detrimental to ecosystems. To give us some appreciation for just how inefficient this overall linear model is, the Rocky Mountain Institute estimated in the year 2000 that the flow of natural materials globally is 500 billion tons per year, but only 1% is put into durable products, and still there 6 months later. The other 99% is waste. As limits are increasingly met, the emphasis is now shifting from an economic model that is organized around gross throughput of material and energy in a linear fashion, to a new kind of circular economy which shifts the focus to the internal organization of processes within which resources are used. It aims to optimize for the overall service delivered, rather than the gross throughput of products. The circular economy is all about identifying and closing loops so as to create self-sustaining systems where producers and consumers are closely coupled to enable constant feedback. For example, food production, consumption, and disposal might be organized to be part of the same closed cycle. To do this, industries are studied as industrial ecologies so as to identify where and how resources and energy flow through them, where they are lost, and where processes could be interconnected to reduce those losses. In a circular system, resource input and waste, emission, and energy leakage are minimized by slowing, closing, and narrowing energy and material loops. This can be achieved through long-lasting design, maintenance, repair, reuse, remanufacturing, refurbishing, or recycling. This is a regenerative approach where things are being constantly repurposed to serve new functions. The challenge of achieving a sustainable form of development is shifting the emphasis from discrete one-off products to looking increasingly at how they can evolve through their full life cycle. This is a fundamental switch in paradigm from designing systems that are inherently degenerative to systems that are inherently regenerative over time. Developing a truly circular economy requires diversity and the interconnecting of different systems. Systems and processes that are all the same consume the same resources and produce the same outputs without the capacity to recycle them. It is only by connecting different systems in the right way that we can harness their diversity to create synergies between them. The circular economy shifts the locus from things to the synergies between them. Our existing linear economy is a product of analytical thinking, where we divide everything up and separate everything out so as to focus on specific activities and achieve economies of scale. We put housing all in the residential area, factories in the industrial zone, food production in farms, etc. In contrast, the circular economy is about integration so as to enable feedback loops and synergies. As Gunter Pauli notes, it is about using the resources available in cascading systems. The waste of one product becomes the input to create a new cash flow. Things in this circular model become multifunctional. Instead of a building just serving a housing function, it becomes also an energy producer and consumer, a food producer and consumer. It may function as entertainment and recreation. This multifunctionality works to not just close loops, but also create more resilient systems because they are more self-sufficient and less dependent. As the circular economy is not about any individual product or thing, it is rather about changing the organization of whole systems, it requires systems thinking. As the Ellen MacArthur Foundation notes, the circular economy isn't about one manufacturer changing one product. It is about all of the interconnected companies that form our infrastructure and economy coming together. It's about rethinking the operating system itself.
All right, that's about the circular economy. So the basic principle is to keep the value of products and materials in the loop as high as possible for as long as possible. Before we begin our lecture, I would like to remind you that this lecture will be live streaming in our YouTube channel, Departemen Pendidikan Kimia. So in case you missed our lecture today, you can just visit our YouTube channel, and don't forget also to click like, comment, and subscribe. And also, if you, for all participants, if you haven't joined our Telegram, please join our Telegram. So it would be easier for us to inform you about all about the details of our program. So the committee will later share you the link of the Telegram. And after the lecture, we will be having a Q&A session or question and answers. You can discuss with our speaker. You can ask anything about the circular economy, and you can type your questions through the AHA slide. The committee again will share the link of the AHA slides for this morning session. Otherwise, you can always type your questions in the chat, or maybe you can raise your hand during the discussion session. And I think it would be better for me to introduce you to our lecturer, our speaker for today's session. Let's see the CV of our speaker. He is Associate Professor Pakorn Opa Prakasit. He graduated from the Pennsylvania State University, USA in Material Science and Engineering. His research interests focus on functional materials, chemical recycling of polymeric materials, and materials in the bio-circular green or BCG economy. And Professor Pakorn as well. Let's see the another slide, please. Okay, Professor Pakorn has published more than 81 international journal papers and has an age index of 17. He already published over 15 patents as well. He is now the head of School of Integrated Science and Innovation, or ISI, in Sirindorn International Institute of Technology, or SIIT, and he's also the director of the Center of Excellence in Functional Advanced Materials Engineering in Thammasat University, Thailand. Let's see what Professor Pakorn has published in another slide, please. Okay, one of the recent paper of Prof. Pakorn is about surface modifications of low density polyethylene films with hydrophobic and antibacterial properties by chitosan-based materials. And Professor Pakorn was also received Young Researcher Award in 2008. All right, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Pakorn to give his lecture about polymer materials in circular economy. Please welcome Prof. Pakorn.
Thank you very much, the moderator and Dr. Vidya. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, let me share my slide here before we start. Okay. So before we start, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of summer school, right, for the your kind invitation, right, and also for me to share our research that are related to the topic that is of interest now, right, circular economy, which is very important, right, for our future sustainable development. Again, my name is Pakorn O. Thammasat University from Thailand. So I will spend around 1 hour, right, this morning to let me go back to sharing. Okay. So I will spend about 1 hour today to give you the some background, right, on circular economy, and especially the aspect that concern with polymeric materials, and which is also our main focus at our research center. We work with the process for converting polymer products or plastic products into what we call value-added functional materials, and we decide to use them in the way that we can repeatedly use them many times, right, in as a loop, right, in closed loop fashion, which you already learn right, from the video that the program has shown from the beginning this morning. I also will go into the detail of some example of the process that is called chemical recycling. Right? So these are an effective process for converting various type of plastic products into value-added product and repeatedly use, and also give you some example right, of the application of those products. Okay, so let's start from this picture right here. Right? So this picture is a plot of Human Development Index of countries in the world, and the ecological footprint, or how much resources that each country use in order to develop the country. So this plot is very important and can give very informative data about each country. We can see that the x-axis here tell us how developed the country is. If the country have the index of at least 0.8 to 1 here, it means developed country. The quality of the life of people in the country will be very well, very high standard of living. But to achieve that, right, the country needs to use lots of resources, and it is converted in the term of ecological footprint, starting from about 0 until 14 of hectare per person per year. Now we see a distribution of country in here, right? A developed country, like a country in Europe or the US, have development index more higher than 0.8, and they use also quite a lot of ecological footprint high value, at least 5 or 6, and with some country very high, almost 13, 12 or 14. If we look at my country, like Thailand is somewhere around here, 0.77, and use 2.66. Indonesia also is around this area as well. Right? We are almost into this region, right? Almost. But we also still not use much of the ecological footprint. The problem is, if we keep doing this, right, the resources that are available for us will not be available for so long anymore. Right? The resources will run out very soon. The average of the world in 2017 is slightly lower than 2. Okay. So if we want to achieve sustainable development, right, we want high quality of life, the resource that we need to use, right, should be limited in about this area, no more than 2. Right? Therefore, we need to try to reduce the value of this ecological footprint to be lower than 2, but still achieve the high development index. Right? How can we do this? Right? This is very big question, and from the video you are already know that it is not individuals work, right? It needs to be an action of everyone, right, on earth, right, to help each other to achieve this, right? So we need to have accountability, and also harmonization is required. Right? Everyone need to help in this. There are some initiatives that have been agreed and also practiced already. For example, if you probably heard about Paris Agreement, right? Try to help solving the climate change problem. The amount of reduce the amount of CO2 emission, something like that. And also the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG, right? Agenda 2030, we want to achieve high quality of life and also sustainable development. And these are all the targets that has been set for everyone or every country. Try to follow and try to help to contribute in this. So I think these are already described by other speaker already. I will not go into the detail here. Now let's look at the circular economy, right? What it is. And you probably know that in the past we live in the economy that is called linear economy. Right? Linear economy means we take resources, right? We take so many natural resources, make them into product, right, by production, and use them consumption. After that, we just throw them away. And if we kept doing this, right, for so long, and as a result, we are running out some of the natural resources, right? The availability of resources become lower and lower, and we produce lots of waste, right? The majority of them are hazardous and harmful to the environment, right? This is not a good way. So we may call this a throwaway society. So how can we help solving this problem, right? So to solve this problem, there need to be two important aspects. We need to reduce the use of resources, and also we need to reduce the amount of waste that we throw away, right? So we have practiced what we call recycling, right? We try to bring some of the waste that are generated and reuse them by recycling, right? Make them into new products. So by doing this, we can reduce the amount of waste, right? And also we can reduce the amount of resources, new resources. However, in the past, this is not quite effective, right? The recycling that we use in the past is considered downcycling. Downcycling means we take materials and make them into new product, but the properties of the product is lower, right? Is deteriorated, cannot compare to the new materials, new products. Also, the value also is lower than new products. Therefore, this is not quite what we want, right? Ideally, right? So therefore it is called downcycling. And the economy here is called chain economy, right? So we have practiced this for some time already, 10 or 20 years, try to solve the problem. So it is better, right? But not the ideal solution. The ideal solution, if we want to achieve sustainable development goals, right? We need to practice what we call circular economy. So in circular economy, you can see we can cross the loop, right? Without the need of new resources and also without throwing away any waste. So every material that we use, that we have, we make them from raw materials that can be used in a sustainable way by sustainable design or a very good design, good practice. And we can repeatedly use them many times in a cycle, in a closed loop. And this is the ideal solution that we want to do, right? So circular economy. By definition, right, circular economy, right, seeks to design out waste and pollution, right? Minimize the waste and the pollution, keep the products and the material that we have now in use, right? And then in use for longer time, for example, or longer lifetime, and then regenerate the natural system, right? Resources system, without bringing in new resources. If we want to achieve this, right, what should we do? Right, we should close, right, closing the production and the use loop, right, closing the loop, without throwing anything away, no waste, right, without any new resources, narrowing the production and the use loop, and slowing the use loop. Right? Everything in the closed loop. This is example, right, of the practice. We have raw material, right? Where the raw material come from? It can come from agriculture, come from energy, come from mining, right? Natural resources, and then manufacturing. Right? So we need to have a design, right? And then use input, right, from chemical industry, building, construction industry, make a design, and then manufacture, make products. After making the product, we need to distribute the product to consumer or customer, right, by transportation, retail, business, and use by consumer, transportation, building, construction, whatever. And at the end of life, right, after use the products, instead of throwing them away, right, we just repair some of the product that can be repaired and reuse them, right? Or we can reuse them directly, right, as second-hand, third-hand products, something like that, that is still have high quality. Or we can remanufacture, right, make them into new products with similar performance, similar quality to the new products, right? And finally, we can recycle parts of the product that we use and send them into raw material, right, by reducing, right, raw material from the new resources. So this can give you the overview of the circular economy concept. If we go back, right, why this is important, why circular economy important, why we need to discuss this and we want to practice this, right? There are quite serious problem, right? Especially in the region of Asia Pacific, right? The city in Asia Pacific. These are just some key statistic or number, right? For example, 19 of the top 20 most polluted cities are in the world are in Asia, right? So this is not a good statistic that we want to hear, but it happened. 60 to 80% of global energy consumption, right, is from the city in Asia Pacific region. City occupy only 3% of the world land, right, but consume 75% of natural resources, right? All of this will lead to serious problem, right, very soon, and cannot be sustainable development if this keep happening, right? We need to solve this problem. Now, in terms of materials, right, material use or material consumption, this number, right, are domestic material consumption divided by region, right, in the world. And if you look, right, at the purple color, right, it is from Asia Pacific region, right, our region. You can see the increase, right, from 1970 until 2010 and 2020. Now we see big increase, right, in the number, right, 2 or 3 times already, right? And the increase is very rapid and very high rate compared to other regions in the world, right? So this the fact that we is worrying fact. The previous number, right, accounted for every type of material, right, including metal, ceramics, polymer, plastic. Now, if we look at plastic alone, right, or polymer, and the waste or the post-consumer product that come from plastic and polymer, if we divide it into region of in the world as well, so East Asia and Pacific, right, produce 60% of plastic waste, right, of the world, right? So this is also problematic number. So if when we generate plastic waste, right, where this go, some of them go to landfill, right? Some of them contaminated with land in many areas, and finally it will contaminate with the water supply system. Some of them, right, are burned and created toxic gas to the environment, and also CO2 or greenhouse gas, which contribute to global warming effect. But the more worrying fact is also when the plastic waste go into the ocean, right? So this can cause much more serious problem worldwide or globally. So local waste, right, if we do not manage them correctly, right, they can cause regional or global problem, right? They have regional or global impact, right? Not all you throw plastic waste away somewhere in your city, right? It may cause serious problem to the region and also to the world. Let's look at this picture right here. It is a summary of plastic product and also plastic waste in each year, right? In each year, there is around 270 million tons of plastic that are produced each year. And surprisingly, and from 270 here, we produce 275 million tons of plastic waste because there are some plastic product that we use in the past that become waste now, that we produce more waste than the original plastic each year. About 100 of them, like 100 million tons, go to the area close to the sea, like coastal area. Now, about 8 million tons go into the ocean, right? And this amount is high enough, right, to cause very serious problem to the ecosystem, marine ecosystem, right? Harmful to marine life. And also they break down into smaller size and generate another serious problem that is called microplastic problem, right? And once they become microplastic, right, they can go anywhere in the world, right? So from this number right here in 2015, 5 of Asian countries to spell, number 1 is China for sure, and here Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, and Vietnam, right, are in the 5. This accounted for up to 60% of the plastic waste that are leaking into the Pacific Ocean, right? So these are some problem that we are facing. So in Thailand alone, right, the total plastic waste each year is around 2 million tons, and only a quarter of this, right, recover, right, or reuse or recycle. Right? The other 75%, right, leak to the environment. Right? So this can cause serious problem. If we look, right, some of you are probably in the field of polymer or plastic, and will know that what the major plastic that we use, right? The top plastic, number one in terms of volume is polyethylene PE. But PE are available in various name, right? For example, LDPE, LLDPE, or HDPE. The second one is PP, polypropylene. So these are the consumption value, right? 3.5 million tons in Thailand, and only about 0.6 of this are recycled and reused. So why the problem about plastic or polymer are so serious? The major reason is plastic or polymer is very durable, and the majority of them are made from fossil base. Like fossil base come from crude oil, for example, and they are durable. They can stay longer than 400, 500 years before degrading into a small molecule. So you can imagine, right? You use a piece of plastic product for only about maybe 1 hour. Some is only 10 minutes. You throw them away. They take 400, 500 years to degrade. One of the promising solution for this plastic problem is using degradable plastic or degradable polymer, or we call biopolymers. And also, the majority of them, right, are from bio-based resources, not from fossil-based anymore. We don't need crude oil anymore if we want to make biopolymer. We can grow plants. We can grow sugarcane, cassava, corn, right, and make them as a raw material to make this polymer. And after use, right, this polymer can be degraded into water and carbon dioxide in about 1 year or 2 years. Right? So this is a promising solution. Therefore, now biodegradable polymer and bio-based polymer become more and more popular, and we want to use them to replace the conventional polymer that is not degradable. And many of them are available now. So if you look at this plot, right, this is a plot that classifies polymer or plastic into 4 groups according to their resources. So in this part, polymer come from fossil base, right? On this part, crude oil. On the other part right here, polymer come from bio-based. And from the y-axis, we separate them into 2 groups as well. The lower one is non-degradable, right? Non-degradable, take longer than 400 years to degrade. The top one here are considered degradable polymer, take only 6 months, 1 year, 2 years to degrade. So if we look here, this group right here is very promising products we call biopolymers. They come from bio-based, renewable, right? Can be made in a short period of time. And after use, they can be degraded. Right? For example, PLA, PHA, PBS. Right? So we'll go into the detail of this later. And the lower left right here, right, are conventional polymer that we used in the past, which is not good to the environment, not degradable, and also come from fossil base. There are 2 more groups as well. This group of polymer, they can be degraded after use, and however, they can be produced from crude oil or petroleum base or fossil base. We call them only, the top part here is bio base, right, which are cannot be degraded but come from fossil. And the biodegradable polymer that come come from fossil base, right? For example, PBAT or PBS, right? This can be produced from crude oil, right? But degradable. The top part here cannot degrade, but come from biobase. Now, if we look at biodegradable polymer, right? Polymer that can degrade, the majority of them, right, are polyester. So they have COO functional group in the molecule, right? And this can come from various processes, right? Can come from fermentation of starch or sugar, or can come from petroleum base. But at the end, once they become polymer and they degrade, they can be degraded in a short period of time. So this can help us by solving the problem about plastic or polymer waste, right? And the majority of them, as I said, are polyester. This picture right here also, right, summarize biodegradable polymer that are available and how can we make them, right? We can extract them from biomass, right? From plants, from animal, from fermentation process, right? From fermentation, right? Natural produced by microorganism, for example, PHA, right? Or, right, some of them are synthesized, right, from chemical process, right? For example, PLA, PGA, PLGA, polyglycolide. So if we use this type of polymer, right, after use, they can be degraded. They turn, right? They can be degraded in around 100 days, right, instead of 400 years, right, for conventional polymers. These are made from 100% renewable resources, right? Come from plants. We can grow plants in a short period of time and convert them into this polymer. After degrading, right, they turn back to the nature. We can use them as fertilizer, or we can convert them into CO2 and only water. In the production of various type of biopolymer, right, compared to conventional polymer, in the production of these products, right, carbon dioxide, right, are released to the environment. So if you want to produce plastic bag, right, polyethylene LDPE, if you make 1 kilogram of LDPE, right, you produce 2 kilograms of CO2 to the environment. That is a lot. Even higher, right, if you use nylon products, right, nylon product, 1 kilogram of nylon product that we produce, we release 8 kilograms of CO2 to the environment, right? This is a lot. And when we use more and more of this product, right, CO2 has been released to the atmosphere more and more, and cause what we call global warming effect. Right? But if we look at PLA or polylactic acid, which is biodegradable polymer, come from plants, we make 1 kilogram of PLA, right? Only 0.8 kilogram of CO2 has been released. Right? So these are all the good aspects that are offered from biodegradable polymers. However, this type of biodegradable polymer has been over for around 30 years. So they are still not quite, not many companies have the technology to produce them. Therefore, we do not use them quite in a high volume at this moment, right? It cannot compete in terms of price because of the economy of scale of production. But in the future, right, this is the material for the future. The other group of polymer, right, that can help solving the problem as well, but not as good as degradable polymer. We call bio-based polymer. Bio-based polymer here are polymer that have the same properties similar to conventional polymer, but come from plants or animal, right, instead of come from crude oil. Right. For example, PE, polyethylene. Polyethylene here usually come from what we call ethylene. And ethylene come from crude oil. Right? If we make normal polyethylene, crude oil, ethylene, and polyethylene, this is not good. Right? However, we can also make ethylene from ethanol. Okay. Now we have the technology to make ethylene from ethanol. And ethanol comes from fermentation of various type of this starch or sugar. Right? So we can use fermentation to produce ethanol and then convert it to ethylene and make polyethylene. And this polyethylene now have similar properties to the one that come from crude oil. They cannot degrade, right? They cannot be degraded after use. However, they come from plant 100%. So we call this bio-based polymer, right? Biopolymer. This can help lowering the amount of CO2 that has been released during the process, and also lower the use of fossil resources. Various types of bio-based polymer have been produced, right? For example, polypropylene PP, right, also can be produced by bio-based process, similar to bio-based PE. Bio-based polyethylene terephthalate or PET, right? So PET that we use usually come from crude oil 100%, right? However, right, for new technology now, we can take part of the resource that we make polyethylene terephthalate or PET from fermentation of sugar, right? And as a result, we have bio-based PET. However, this does not come from plant 100% because the other part still come from crude oil, right? So they will have bio content around 30%. Right? They come from plants 30%, right? And the 70% come from crude oil. All of these are called bio-based polymer or bio-based plastic. Now, apart from using bio-based polymer or biopolymer, biodegradable polymer, there is another promising process, right, that we can apply to plastic material, especially the plastic that already become waste now and cause lots of problems. The process is called chemical recycling. Right? Chemical recycling. This is a major focus in our research center. Our aim is try to convert all the plastic waste that are not degradable here, right, by a process that is called chemical recycling and make them into degradable polymer, right? If you still remember, degradable polymer are usually polyester, right? So change them into polyester. Change them into polyester, right? So any type of plastic that are available, right, should be able to be converted to polyester, which is degradable by the process that is called chemical recycling. Right? These are the main focus of our research work. Apart, right? Apart from that, if we burn some of the plastic already, right, they become CO2 in the atmosphere. If we want to help solving this problem, right, we also can capture the CO2, capture carbon dioxide, and convert them directly into polymer, right? Usually, we can make CO2 directly to polymer in the form of what we call polycarbonate, or PC. And we can also modify the structure of polycarbonate, right, further, make them, right, stay with polyester, we call copolymer. Right? So polycarbonate, copolyester, now they become degradable, right? So if we keep doing this more and more, in the future, there will be no more other plastic, right? All of them will be converted into polyester, and they can be degraded after use. And also, better than that, instead of making them degraded, we just take them back and do chemical recycling many times, right? So by doing this, we can close the loop, right? We don't need any new fossil resources, right? We do not throw away any waste anymore. Okay, so if we go into the detail of the process, right? So you are probably quite familiar with recycle or recycling, right? But the recycle or recycling process that we are familiar with are usually called mechanical recycling. So what we do is we take polymer product and then take them back and remelt them into liquid at high temperature and make them into new product. But by doing that, the property of the product will be lower and the price is also lower. So any type of polymer, right? If you want to do mechanical recycling, you can do it only 1 or 2 times, right? After this, the property is not good for product anymore. However, if we take the polymer, right? Polymer are very long chain molecule like this. And then if we just cut them into small molecule, to small size molecule, the small size molecule here is similar to the starting material, or we call monomer. Therefore, we can convert them into the starting material and make them to a new polymer with similar properties to new polymer that come directly from crude oil. Right? So this is the concept of chemical recycling. Break, right, down big size polymer into small size product and which can be used, right, to make new product with high quality. There are slightly different technology that we need for different group of polymer, right? There are 2 major group of polymer that we call addition polymer and condensation polymer. For addition polymer, right, the backbone of the polymer have only carbon and carbon. There is only carbon and carbon everywhere. Carbon-carbon bond is very inert, not reactive. So therefore, to break this bond, it is quite hard and require extreme condition. The other group called condensation polymer, right? For example, polyester here, right? These have ester bond that can break down quite easily. Therefore, polyester is degradable polymer. And if we do chemical recycling to this polymer, it is quite easy to do.
It's quite easy to do.
Now, if we turn back to the first group, right? The first group, addition polymer, for example, polyolefin. Polyolefin like polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene. Right? We can also break them down into small molecule. However, because they have only hydrogen and carbon in the molecule, so when we break them into small molecule by normal method that are very popular like pyrolysis, they become only hydrocarbon. And the use for hydrocarbon is not much, right? You can use them as solvent or as fuel, right? You just burn them to get some energy. Now, this may not be effective process to do. Now, the chemical recycling process that we conducted in our research center, right? I show you here on a specific polymer that is called PLA, polylactide or polylactic acid. Right? This polymer is produced from fermentation, right, of sugar or starch, and then make them into polymer. And the polymer can be used in many applications similar to normal polymer. After use, they can be degraded, right, in about 6 months or 1 year. However, instead of throwing them away and degrade to the nature, we just take them back and do chemical recycling and convert them into starting material again, make them into new product. Once they make them into product with high value, like high value, we also decide after use, we can chemical recycling them and reuse them again and again. Right? So this fit into the circular economy concept. So how can we break down, right, polylactide or PLA, which is polyester? Right? From chemistry, you know that ester come from the reaction of acid and alcohol, right, OH group. So it is very and making ester is reversible reaction, right? So therefore, if we want to break ester bond, we can use alcohol to break the bond, right? So similar reaction can happen to any of polyester. Like this one is PET, polyethylene terephthalate. PET is not degradable, right? But we can break them down into small size starting material by this process. For PLA, right, polylactic acid, which is degradable, we do not let them degrade, right? We just turn them back into small molecule starting material by chemical recycling process using alcohol. Actually, the product of degradable polymer like PLA and PBS are commercially available already now. This is example in Thailand. Very big coffee chain in Thailand, named Internin and Amazon, use coffee cup that is made from PLA, which is degradable. Right? And as I said, after using this cup, instead of throwing them away to make them degrade, we can collect them and convert them into starting material again. So what we do, we just break down the chain, right, by using various alcohol, right? Alcohol that have at least 2 OH group in the molecule. So this OH group will go and break the chain of the polyester, make them become shorter and shorter. We study this in a systematic way. We use different type of alcohol, right, from 2 OH, right, 3 OH, more than 3. Right? We use sugar that have so many OH group to break the chain, right? At the same time, we develop reactor, right, to go along with the process, and we have the final products. Once we have final products, right, we have polyester chain, and we break them into smaller size, right, by alcohol. We can decide if we want to break here or here to decide the size of the product. The size can be medium size or very small size. We can decide, right, by varying the condition, right? And these are the product that we have. Right? The product, right, consists of PLA part and then the alcohol part that we add as a reagent. And this length of this PLA can vary, right, from very small until big size. And also, one of the important product is lactide, which is monomer to make PLA. So we can use this to directly make new PLA again. And we can use this product to make other, right, other materials for value-added applications. By from a systematic study of the process, right, we will have a database that can tell us the conversion yield. Right? If we change the ratio of the PLA waste that we put into the reaction and the alcohol, right, what is the yield? Right? The yield of small size, bigger size, or bigger size. Right? Are labeled by different color here. If we change type of alcohol, right, we also have different different conversion yield. So once we have this database, now we can design specific product and choose appropriate condition. Right? So from this database, we can design many type of products. And this is also the result in terms of product composition. Okay. So product composition here, we have product that is called structure A and structure B. Structure A means only OH group, one OH group react. Right? The other one is free. Structure B means OH group, both ends react with PLA. Right? Or if we have more than one OH, right, we have structure C that have 3 OH reacting. So this process is very important, and also at the same time, developing reactor that can work with the process is also important. Right? We develop a reactor that use microwave as a heat source that can help us shorten the reaction time. If we use normal heater, reaction may take 10 hours. Right? Using microwave reactor, only 10 minutes is required for the same condition. Right? And also in the future, even though we use microwave reactor and we can save lots of time and energy, but we still need electricity. Right? We also develop reactor that use sunlight as heat source. Right? We use solar concentrator, right, to reactor. So I show you the example of chemical recycling process of PLA. Right? However, the similar process can also be applied to polyethylene terephthalate, PET, because both of them are polyester. Right? And also we study this in a systematic way as well. Right? So if you want to find more detail, right, list the publication that we publish, right, the work that are related to each topic here, right, in the red color. So we can convert this into starting material, right, for making PET, right, for example. Now, so those are for polyester that I said the reaction is quite easy to do, right, because of ester bond. But if we work with polyolefin that have only carbon-carbon bond in the structure, it is very hard to break them. And if we break them only by heat, they become only hydrocarbon, carbon and hydrogen. Not much of the chance that we can use them for high value application. So it is better if we can break this polymer down and then add functional group, for example, OH group or acid group into the molecule. So if we add acid group or OH group into the molecule, we can make them into polyester again, right? Convert this polyolefin that contain only hydrogen and carbon into small molecule that contain OH group and acid group. Once they have OH group and acid group, we can convert them to polyester that can be degradable. So we demonstrate this with HDPE. HDPE. So if you use milk bottle, right, it is made from HDPE, very durable. We can take this and then use the process that is called oxidative degradation. Oxidative degradation. So we degrade or cut down the polymer chain into small molecule and then add oxygen into the molecule, become OH group or acid group, especially diacid, right? Acid to acid group. So when we do this reaction, these are the product that we have, right, as a mixture in the system. And these are starting material, right, for making polyester. And we can control the condition, right, to achieve or to vary the composition of each one. Normally, the one with 4 carbon can make polyester with very good properties. So we want to increase the yield or the composition of 4 carbon diacid. And if we do reduction process, right, reduction process, we can further convert this into dialcohol as well. So these are the possibility that we can work with this system. The process is true for PE and also can be applied to polypropylene PP as well. Similar process. For the mechanism, right? Usually it because we have nitric acid in the system and it become nitration first and then converted to acid group, right? And these are the products and also the yield, right? So we have this database. Another polymer that are quite important is polystyrene, right? We use lots of polystyrene as food packaging. So we can also, right? Polystyrene has structure like this, right? It has benzene ring in the structure. So we can break this into small size and then convert this into diacid as well. Diacid here that have aromatic ring. This diacid is monomer for making PET, polyester, right? So we can convert polystyrene, which is into PET, polyethylene terephthalate, by using this process. So those are the concept of chemical recycling and example of the process, right? We convert polymer into small size product or medium size product, right? We can control. And these are some example of application of them, right? So if we only break the polymer chain from long chain, we break them onto only 2 spots, for example, they become medium molecular weight. Medium molecular weight here is in the form of semi-solid material. And because they have so many OH group, they are very sticky. So they can be applied as degradable adhesive. Or they can be used to coat paper, right? So coating material and degradable as well. They can be used to synthesize new polymer, right? We call copolymer. right? We can make them into polyurethane, right? In the form of foam, rigid, or elastomeric polyurethane. We can use them as additive, right? In making high quality or high performance 3D printing filament. We can make them into active packaging, or in this case, fruit bagging products, right? To help farmer to get high quality product, especially fruits like mangoes. We can make them into super hydrophobic filter that we can use to separate oil from water, right? So these are all many possible application, and these are some examples that we already published, right? So we use the chemical recycling product from PET, right, and chemical recycling product from PLA, and use them together to make copolymer. And this copolymer show very good properties in terms of mechanical properties similar to PET, but they can be degradable. Right? So there are similar type of this polymer in the market already, which is called PBAT. Right? PBAT is have similar structure to this, right? But degradable and very high mechanical properties. So we can apply the product from the process, right, to treat various type of fiber or making them into fiber. And the fiber here is treated by hydrophobic agent. Therefore, the product at the end becomes super hydrophobic. If you drop water, right, on top of this fiber, you can see that water cannot penetrate. Right? Water cannot penetrate. They just stay as droplet on the surface. However, if we drop oil onto here, it will absorb oil very, very fast, very, very fast. So as a result here, we can use this fiber as filter membrane, right, to separate oil from water. The performance here is very good. Even oil in the form of emulsion, right, can be separated in a short period of time. Right? Oil and water in emulsion form can mix very, very well, right? But the fiber membrane here can still separate them. And we just published this result this year, right? If you want to look in detail on this paper. And the products, right, from the chemical recycling of PLA or polyester, right, if we react them with isocyanate, because these have OH group, so they behave as polyol, right? Polyol. If we react polyol with isocyanate, we have polyurethane, right? And polyurethane that come from PLA here have so many interesting properties, like very good ductility, right? They have the property that is called self-healing. Right? If you make cut on the surface of material, you heat them up a little bit, about 4 hours, right? They can heal themselves. Right? So self-healing process. They have what we call shape memory properties. If we make them change shape into other shape, and when we apply slight heat, they can return to original shape. We can make them to strengthen or add additional function to 3D printing filament. Right? If you use 3D printing, you probably know that PLA is the main material that is used to make 3D printing filament. And we can use the recycling product, right, to add to PLA and improve the properties of these filaments. We can apply them into packaging film, right? by adding other additives, right, make them have light selective properties or gas selective properties, allow some gas to go through, allow light at different wavelength to go through, and apply them for agricultural application. So this is example that we use them as fruit backing for mango, and the product will have very good yellow skin, high quality and very good taste. Another application here probably in the environmental applications. So you probably know about this term MOF, right? Metal Organic Framework. These are materials that have very high surface area, has unique pore structure, and also have very good absorption properties for various ions. So they can be used as effective absorbent or can be used as a storage device for various type of gas. And one of the MOF, right, that we developed use terephthalic acid as starting material and metal, right? So we can prepare this MOF from using terephthalic acid and various type of metal like aluminum, manganese, right? However, in this work, right, we demonstrate that we can use PET bottle, and we break down PET. We can generate this part from PET bottles, all right? And then for the metal, right, we take a spent battery and we recover the electrode from the battery, and we can use the metal from that, like zinc or manganese, right, to combine with this and generate MOF material, metal organic framework, that can be used as absorbent in environmental applications. And the last part here, even though many degradable polymers can be degraded, right, but they usually degrade in what we call compost condition. Compost condition means we need to bury them under soil, right, under suitable medium, and increase the temperature a little bit, around 60 degrees Celsius. The majority of degradable polymer cannot degrade in marine environment, right? If we throw them into the sea, they cannot degrade, even though they are degradable polymer. This is also a very serious issue as well, right? However, there are some reports that we can make some degradable polymer to degrade in marine environment if we add some additive like starch into biopolymer, or we add PVA into the biopolymer. They can help, this can help them degrade, slightly degrade in the sea. But the more promising approach is if we can make them into polyester acetal or polycarbonate polyester terpolymer. This now can degrade in marine environment in the sea. And as I already mentioned, in our lab, we also make polycarbonate, right, from CO2. And we also make this type of polycarbonate polyester terpolymer, which, right, we can trigger that degradation in marine environment. So in the future, if we make more and more of this plastic, they should be safer if some of them are leaked into the marine environment. They can be degraded. All right, I think I spent about the time. So to summarize the talk here, right, we are very concerned about our development and the use of the resources and the availability of the resources. natural resources are not much now remaining for us to use. We need to find a way to reduce the use of natural resources and also at the same time reduce the amount of waste to achieve circular economy. In terms of materials and polymer or plastic products, chemical recycling is a promising way that we can use to convert either degradable polymer or non-degradable polymer into to polyester or derivative of polyester, which can be recycled, can be reused many times. And I also show you example of the process that we develop at our research center, and also some practical application that we use them. Okay, so I think this is what I want to share with everyone today. Hopefully this can give you some information, and if you want to look at this in more detail, you can also read our publication that I already listed here, and I already provided these materials to the organizing committee. And also if you have further question, you can ask question here, or you can contact me later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pakorn, for such an insightful lecture on polymer materials in circular economy. I really enjoy your lecture, Prof. Pakorn, and I would like to remind for participants, after this, we will have a question and answer session. You can discuss directly with Prof. Pakorn, or you can type your questions through the slides. But before that, please enjoy the video, and we give a small break for Prof. Pakorn to have a drink or thing. Yeah, please enjoy the video, and we will be back soon after the video.
Bandung is your first place to learn about happiness and the virtue of life. Let me take you around Bandung. If you look closer, you can see beauty in almost everything we see. From the steamy crater, the deer running to your arms, and your smile. Don't be afraid to change your perspective. It is worth the world. Bandung will teach you a lot of things. It will make you realize that virtue comes from hard work and sincerity, to always give the best for everything that comes to life. Each lesson that you receive will bring you closer to yourself. And isn't this the purpose of living? To remember who we really are. I can't promise you the world, but anything you learn from this journey will be your weapon to face any challenge in the future. Time goes by. People change. I'll stay the same. Follow your gut to explore. Don't let life kill your passion to wander. When you wander, you will see wonder, excitement, joy, and happiness. It doesn't matter if life brings you up and down, I will be here for you. Holding your soul wherever you go. though I can't always hold your hands. To the young heart that explores, live life, share happiness.
All right, that's a glimpse of Bandung City. Have you ever been to Bandung, Prof. Pakorn? Have you been to Bandung?
I have not, but I will be there next month.
Oh,
Soon to be,
uh,
Prof. We promise to bring you there to the place
Thank
that
you.
yes,
Yes.
demonstrated in the video, Prof.
Thank you.
all right. So before we begin the Q&A session, I would like to highlight some key points from Prof. Pakorn lecture that the circular economy is much, much better and important compared to the linear economy and chain economy, because in circular economy, we don't need new resources, and then it can produce no waste or without waste. And we can apply this circular economy in solving the plastic problem, because we know that the plastic waste has not only has a global impact if we didn't manage the plastic well. And one of the promising solution is to use biodegradable or bio-based polymers, and then we can apply the circular economy there, where if, for example, the bottle, if we have bottle that is already used, and then we can collect the bottle, and then we can do recycling, chemical recycling, and you can apply various chemical reaction depending on the polymer, depending on the type of the polymer, and then we can use the product. We can convert them into the starting material and then convert to another polymer that can be used for other products. Like it can make a loop. So it's such, for example, yeah, Professor Pakorn also mentioned about the fruit bags, for example, or active packaging. And one of the research of Prof. Pakorn as well is how can this polymer be degraded even in the sea or in the marine system. It's such a what I can say is, wow, is a lot of work and effort, but it also contributes a lot to the environment. All right, Professor Pakorn, let's see. We already have some questions from the participants. We can see the slides. All right, from Satria. Satria, are you there? Maybe you want to discuss with Prof. Pakorn directly? Satria Rizky. All right. Otherwise, we can read together the question. I see that chain economy is similar with circular economy, but what is main difference, and why circular economy is more effective than chain economy? Thank you. Please, Prof. Pakorn.
Okay, thank you. So actually, chain economy and circular economy are better than linear economy, right? However, the main difference between chain and circular is in chain economy, we still use some new resources, and also we still generate some waste, but with lower amount than linear economy, because we have limitation in the technology to convert the post-consumer product, right, 100% into new product. Therefore, the technology that we use, right, is not quite effective. Therefore, we call them downcycling. Downcycling means the product that we have, right, have lower quality and also lower value. Right? Even though we can reduce the amount of waste and the amount of resources, new resources. For circular economy, right? If we can achieve this, right, ideally, we should not need any new resources. We do not produce any waste. We do not throw away any waste. 100% of product that we use should be converted to new product, right? 100% with similar quality or better quality or higher price, right? So that is probably the difference. And by doing this, the technology that we use in circular economy are usually called upcycling, because the properties are better, performance are better or similar, and the value also better, right? So probably that can answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, thank you, Prof. Pakor, for the answer, and then thank you, Satria, for your questions. So for the circular economy, it can create better products, and the value is we can increase the value of the product. And let's move to another question. There, Prof, can you suggest how to greenly recycle or use polymer plastic efficiently without produce any CO2 emissions? Please, Prof. Pakor.
Okay, yes. Actually, in any process, right, that we make product, we need energy. Anytime we generate energy, we also release some CO2 to the environment. It is unavoidable that we produce CO2 emission, right? And however, if we look, we need to look at the net production of CO2. If we use, if we make polymer from bio-based, right? Bio-based polymer or biodegradable polymer, meaning that the polymer come from plants. For example, corn, right? Cassava. When we grow this corn or cassava, right? The plants use CO2 in their growth process. So this contribute to the negative value of CO2, right? So the net CO2 produced will be lower and lower. So that is one way, right? Using making polymer that come from bio-based can help reducing CO2. But as I tell, we cannot make this into zero or without CO2 emission. The second thing that we can help is we can capture CO2 from our process, right? We can install CO2 capture process and convert them into chemicals, or in this case, to polymer directly. We can make CO2 into polycarbonate directly, right? So that can help reducing the amount of CO2 from the environment if we just capture the CO2 from the environment. But if we capture CO2 from our process, so the production without CO2 emission is possible. However, the technology for CO2 conversion now is not mature yet. It is still in laboratory scale, and then it still needs lots of effort in order to make this in practical use in the near future.
All right, thank you, Prof. Pakor. So the CO2 is still released. However, the amount of the CO2, the carbon dioxide, can be lowered. And for example, we can also capture the carbon dioxide, making innovation on capturing and converting CO2. So
right.
Yeah. Thank you for the one who asked and Prof. Akon for answering. Anyone wants to discuss or ask directly to Prof. Akon, you can raise your hand and turn on your video and your audio to so you can speak directly with Prof. Akon. You can raise your hand anytime. Right, while we're waiting for those who wants to ask directly, let's see another question. Can we integrate the plastics that already discarded to the ocean into circular economy? How do we do that?
Yes, that in theory it is possible, right? It depends on our collections strategy. So if we can collect them, right, we can apply a chemical recycling process and convert them to a more user environmental friendly products or safer products. However, that requires collaboration, right, among so many people, many countries. Like they need everyone need to help to contribute on that one. Right. So the most important one is the collection, right? Collecting them back, and then the technology for converting, right, into circular economy are available, right? So collecting strategy is very important in this case.
All right, thank you, Prof. Akon. Yeah, so the technology is available, and what we can do is to ensure that the plastics do not go into the ocean. Like,
Right.
yeah, we can collect them and then do the chemical recycling, for example.
Yes.
That's also important, especially we can do that collecting the bottle, for example, in our home, like, yeah, before they can before they go to the ocean, like something like that.
Right.
Let's see another question. Does the beginning of plastic cup or bottle recycle process have to categorize every plastic by its brand so that they get the same ingredients? Internet, Amazon, Starbucks, etc.
Okay, very good. One of the problem about plastic mechanical recycling is the conventional technique that we use in the park. When we remelt polymer or plastic and make them into new product, we need to make sure that they are the same type of polymer or plastic. If we sorting them or mix different type of plastic together and recycle them, this can make the properties of the product become very, very low, right? Not suitable for use anymore. Right? That is why we need to help consumer, right, to classify or to separate plastic product for mechanical recycling. However, the process of chemical recycling, if the polymer have similar structure or in the similar class, right, when they are big molecule and we chop them down into small size product, the small size product here is actually a mixture of them, right? A mixture of various compound. However, the mixture here still can be used to make high quality product, right? So it means that even though we have a mixture of plastic from the beginning and we make them go into chemical recycling process here, the problem will not happen, right? The problem that happened to mechanical recycling will not happen with chemical recycling. So we can apply similar concept to polyester. For example, polyester here can mean PLA that come from Internin or Amazon or Starbucks, or if one brand of the coffee chain use another polyester like PBS, have slightly different structure, but they are still in the group of polyester. They should undergo the same reaction, and the product can be mixed and can be used together without any purification. Right? So this is another advantage of chemical recycling process.
All right, thank you, Prof. Popcorn. So even though the coffee bottle or plastic cups are from different brands, but as long as it contains the same structure of groups, polymer groups, yeah, it can be mixed, and it can undergo the same chemical reactions. Right. Hopefully it answers your question from participant. We had another questions from Mahmoud Hassan. Mahmoud, are you there? All right, because Mahmoud has 2 questions. Mahmoud, if you want to discuss directly with Prof. Popcorn. Oh, there are 3, Mahmoud. Yeah. All right. While we are waiting for Mahmoud, the first question: chemical degradation, as you showed, bottles after chemical application converted into soil fertilizers and other soil or plants beneficial amendment. Is there full amount of nutrients? So, first 2 are one question. Mahmoud, maybe you can ask directly. The first 2. Yeah, Mahmoud. All right.
It seems he doesn't have the audio system.
The audio. Yeah. The SDGs are expected to run for the next 15 years until 2030. So the plastic waste in some countries as China have a lot. If they follow this chemical, could you please scroll down? All right, let's see this question first. So the plastic waste in some countries as China have a lot. If they follow these chemical solutions, will they able to done until 2030?
Okay. Yes. So I think in an optimistic target, right? When we set the target, we should try our best, right, to achieve the target that we set. Right? I don't think that we can get rid of all the plastic that waste that are accumulated now in a very near future. Right? However, as I said, if everyone help, every country implement practical procedure to contribute in this, we can minimize the amount of waste here. Right? And also, at the same time, if we implement the procedure not to throw away any new waste to the environment, right, that can help solving this problem. On the first question, when the degradable polymer are converted into soil fertilizer, that means they undergo composting reaction, not the chemical recycling that we are talking about. right? So for degradable polymer, right, if we put this false condition, we put them under soil and heat them up around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and various type of microorganism can digest the polymer and make them into fertilizer. And there are some report that analyze the ingredient of the fertilizer, right? They have rich nutrients suitable for fertilizer. Yes, but this is not chemical recycling, right? Chemical recycling, we will not compost the product. We just take them and do chemical reaction and convert them into small molecule directly.
All right, thank you, Prof. Pakorn. Hopefully, it answers the question from Mahmoud. So, yeah, to reduce the amount of plastic, as Prof. Pakorn said, that we also need to contribute to by collecting or by categorizing the plastic that we have in the households, for example, and then for the polymers that can be converted into the soil fertilizer, they are not undergone the chemical reactions, but something like composting, and it has rich nutrients as well. Oh, glad to know about that, Professor Pakorn. And let's move to, we still have other questions from Wita. Wita, do you want to ask directly to Professor Pakorn? Let's see if Wita is still here. Right. Wita. Right. Okay, let's read the questions from Wita. Wita, do you want to ask? Do you want to deliver your question directly to Professor Pakorn?
Yes.
Yes.
Something
please.
usually has a positive and something usually has a positive and negative side. If so, what are the negative side of a circular economy and how can it happen? Thank you, Prof.
Okay, that is a good question. All right, I would say there are more the positive side, right, to circular economy than the negative one. Right? If we can ideally achieve, right, this, we can have what we call sustainable development. But today, right, my talk here, I only touch on the circular economy in the perspective of materials and only polymer materials, right? However, if you look at the video at the beginning, right, circular economy cover many fields, right? Business, logistic, design, manufacturing, every aspect, right, can contribute to the circular economy. So that is why this is a very big concept and can benefit our society. The only negative side I can think of can be we need to invest a lot in order to do this, right? Investment from the government or from many countries, right, are required in order to do this. Yes, hopefully this answer your question.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. Yes, circular economy has a lot of positive impacts compared to the negative side. And let's see another question. Dear Prof, about microplastics and our current advance in microorganism engineering, how can we integrate that to microplastics management?
Okay. Yes, I think there is another field of an interesting field that can contribute to tackle the problem about plastic waste and also microplastic. As I already said, at this point, only one type of polymer, like one big group that we call biodegradable polymer, can be degraded. However, if we can engineer specific microorganism that can degrade polyolefin polymer that have only carbon bond, no and very inert, right? That take all more than 400-500 years to degrade, right? If we can develop specific type of microorganism that can digest this type of polymer, right, in a effective way, that can contribute vastly to tackle this problem. Yes, there are some research that doing this as well, right? Try to make specific type of bacteria or microorganism to degrade non-degradable polymer.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. And let's see questions from Anissa. Anissa, do you want to ask directly to Professor Pakorn? Anissa, if you are there. Okay, Anissa. Yes, Anissa, please.
I want to ask about bio-based biodegradable plastic for in country to fulfill their
Okay, just even though the audio quality is not quite good, but I can read the question from here. And this is also a very good and question concerning with the availability of bio-based resources that we use in order to produce biodegradable polymer, right? So if we make this biodegradable polymer from food source like sugar or starch, there should be a competition between food application and material application. That is a very big concern. And yes, and scientists in the field also worry about this, and there are lots of research now that work on non-food raw materials, right, for making biodegradable polymer. For example, right, we can use cellulose, right, or some waste from agriculture, right, that is not food, right, and try to convert them into degradable polymer. Usually the process are more complicated, and as of now the efficiency is quite low compared to using cassava or corn or sugar, something like that. But in the future, right, with the advance in biochemical technology, I would say all of the resources for making biodegradable will come from non-food sector. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. And thank you, Anissa. Hopefully, it answers your questions. So yeah, later we can use also the non-food source, yeah, for making this polymer. All right. Another question. As you know, there is a great leaked microplastic, especially in the sea area of Indonesia. How can we extract as well reuse microplastic waste in seawater for a better function?
Yeah, this is yes, very good question, and I would say unfortunately it is quite too late, like to do anything once plastic or polymer break down into small size, especially in the scale of micrometer and become microplastic. It will be very hard to do anything with them because they are too small and they can disperse in water very well, so they can be carried across the ocean and can go anywhere. The only thing we can do is we just wait for them to disintegrate into smaller size or digested by microorganism. Yeah, that is why I think the problem, the effective way to solve microplastic problem is we need to manage at the beginning, right, by not throwing any plastic waste away. Yes. So as of now, I do not know a promising solution for microplastic.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. Again, we have to contribute by, for example, sorting from the beginning before it reach the ocean or the sea. Let's see another question. Dear Professor, I wonder about the shelf life of biodegradable polymer. Is there any special requirement for the storage? Sometimes we want to keep it in a long time before we use it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Very good. So even though I say that biodegradable polymer can be degraded in about 6 months or 1 year, so that is in the optimum condition, right? Suitable condition, not normal use condition. And the majority of degradable polymer polyester, as I said, and water is the main factor that can affect the degradation rate of the polymer, right? Because they can undergo what we call hydrolysis reaction, right? Reaction with water. So water as moisture in the air, right, can have strong effect to the degradation rate. However, we can make degradable polymer into high performance material, meaning that we can extend the shelf life or the service life to 10 years or to 20 years. It is also possible. We just need to add some specific additive, right, or modify the structure, especially at the surface of the product, right, to prevent the contact with moisture or microorganism, right? So these are possible, and also many of them are available as commercial product already.
All right. Thank you for Prof. Pakorn for answering the questions about the shelf life of the biodegradable polymers. Let's move to other questions. We still have some questions, Professor Pakorn. Please bear with us.
Okay.
Let's see. How can we enhance the stability and mechanical properties of biodegradable plastic? Hence, it can be generally used in our daily basis.
Yes. So this is quite similar to the previous
Yeah.
question, right? So if we want to improve mechanical properties, we can also make them into composite material. For example, we can add some fiber materials into bioplastic, right? And also we can add some additive, right, to improve the toughness or to improve the strength of the polymer. But the important thing is the additive or fiber that we add into polymer or biodegradable polymer should come from bio-based as well, and also should be biodegradable by themselves as well, right? Yeah, so that are possible, and there are so many reported in the literature, and also even commercial product, right, that show high performance products that are made from degradable polymer. Yes.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Prof. Pakorn. So we can make it as composite materials or add, for example, fibers or add additive to enhance the mechanical properties or stability of the
Right.
polymer.
Yes.
Right. Another question, also in the production of bioplastics, what kind of waste and pollution will be formed, and how does the impact compare to conventional plastic or fossil material manufacture?
Okay, in the production process, all right. So there are at least two big group, right, of process that make degradable polymer. One is making them directly from fermentation process. For example, polymer like PHA, right, can be directly made from fermentation, right? So the waste that come from this process is biochemical waste, right, and can be dealt with quite easily with expert in the field. For other degradable polymer, they may need chemical reaction or chemical process in the production as well. And usually this also do not require toxic chemical or something that is quite harmful to the environment or generate waste. I would say that there are not much waste that are generated from the process of making degradable polymers.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. Unfortunately, almost all the questions are anonymous, so I couldn't know who participant asked the question. But let's see another question. Okay, it's possible if making this by home industry and estimate how much cost for each production. Maybe it's biodegradable polymer or?
Okay. Maybe chemical recycling?
If making this by home industry,
I guess so.
Okay, so if the question is about chemical recycling process, I think there is another question on this as well below. If you could go down a little bit more. Yeah, have chemical recycling technology been developed on industrial scale, right? So we can combine these two questions together. Actually, chemical recycling now has been a very popular issue in industry. many chemical company or plastic company have research and development section that mainly focus on this. And there are some products that come from chemical recycling process available commercially already, right? So to answer the question, so in industrial scale, this is available already in some company. For example, for PLA, if you look at Total Corbion, Total Corbion is the one of the big producer of PLA resin, and they also make a product of PLA that come from chemical recycling as well, and use this to make bottle for water, right? Which means that the product from chemical recycling is safe for food contact application already, and the product are available. I saw this in they announced this in last year, and they sell the product in Korea, right? That is one example. And what about the home and community scale, right? In our research center, I already mentioned that we also develop reactor that can be used with our process as well. And our reactor is in small and medium scale, right? And they are designed to be used in community scale or home use. So, and we try to make the reactor to be lower price and try to use make them use low amount of energy or renewable energy. As I mentioned, solar concentrator will be our next plan as well. So if we can make this reactor accessible to community, small community, right, in small scale, so people in the community can collect their plastic waste and then just put them into the chemical recycling process in their home or in their community, right, without collecting the product and transport it to industry somewhere far away, right? And also, if we come up with the product, right, the interesting product that can be beneficial to the community as well, right? So it means that people in the community can use the reactor to chemical recycling their product and then use the new product, right, in their daily life. So if we can do this, we can close the loop in a regional area, right? That is also can be much beneficial to the community as well.
Yes, it's possible to do in smaller scale, for example, in community scale by using the reactor. And maybe there is following up question. You said that we can decide the condition of the reactor. So what factors that we can control, like heat or what else?
Okay. Yes. So if we want to, for example, chemical recycling of polyester, right? We can vary the ratio of the polymer, the waste and the alcohol that react with each other. We can vary the temperature. We can vary the time of the reaction, right, to have product with different or specific structure, and the specific structure of the product, right, can be used for specific application. And that can be controlled at the reactor as well. Yes.
All right, thank you, Prof. Pakorn. Let's see the last question, I think. Janka, if does I say it correctly, Prof. Pakorn?
Yes, I'm not sure if this is Thai student, but it is
Yeah.
exactly Thai.
Can you give me an example of the readily used second product plastic packaging? Does cup have to be another cup?
The second product, plastic packaging. Probably this mean the second product mean the product after chemical recycling. I think. Okay. Yes, it is possible, right? For example, in the case of PLA, right? PLA, which is degradable, right? We can make PLA cup go to chemical recycling. We make them into lactide, which is monomer, and we can use the monomer to remake PLA and make a new cup. That is PLA as well, exactly the same as the original one. The only difference is the second cup here does not come from fermentation of corn anymore, right? It comes from the first cup. So this is probably answer the question, I think. But there is variation. If we use PLA cup, we can make them into a new PLA. But we also can use the first PLA cup here, make them into polyurethane, right? That is a new polymer, and it can be used for a new application. Making fiber that I already showed, the fiber that have super hydrophobic properties that can be used as filter membrane, or we can use them as self-healing packaging. The packaging that if we make mark on it, it can be self-heal, for example. So any of these are possible, right? So to answer the question, right, the same polymer can be regenerated, or it can be used to make completely different polymer or completely different product. These are possible.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Pakorn. So there are two alternative ways that you can regenerate the same polymer or convert it into different polymer, and then you can make different products from this new polymer. All right. I think that is the last questions for our discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Pakorn, for such a fruitful discussion. And on behalf of the Department of Chemistry Education, we would like to extend our appreciation for your enlightening lecture on polymer materials in circular economy. Please accept this certificate with our sincere thanks. Thank you, Professor Pakorn, for your lecture on this PSS program. And maybe Ibu Fitri would like to say words to Professor Pakorn.
Yeah, thank you, PD. So as usual, I always amazed with your lectures, and also the same, I guess, with other participants. I really enjoy your lectures. Last time in our Wood Class Professor program, you also, deliver the topic about circular economy, but in this case, even you can provide another strategy, how we get the best understanding about the circular economy. So thank you very much, Prof. And this is actually the main target in our program, how we can provide the activity for our students to increase their awareness regarding, especially for the plastic issues. And from your lectures, we learned many things from the lab works to the industrial activity, how each part can contribute on the solving the problem of plastic. So thank you very much, Prof. Pakorn, and again on behalf of chemistry department. We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude for your excellent talk, excellent lectures for not only our students, but also national participants and also the abroad participants. So for your information, we have participants from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Japan, Korea, Thailand as well, and also the Philippines, Malaysia. So I do believe these lectures, how to say, not only increasing the awareness of us, regarding to the plastics issue, but also we then gain new knowledge, actually so many strategies, that been how to say developed, and some of them already how to say improved by Prof. Pakor and his labmate, and hopefully this can increase the curiosity of our students, and then they can continue to read more detail in your paper. I do believe it will be the great knowledge for the students. So thank you very much, Prof. Pakor, for your great availability and also your great support on our program. Your excellent contributions is much appreciated. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I have problem with another device.
Yeah, your
It's-
point
it's
is
fine.
excellent. Prof.
Okay. All right. Yes. First of all, I would like also to thank you very much, Professor Fitri, for your invitation, and also UPI, right, who and also the organizing committee of the whole event here. Dr. Vidya, right, for your excellent job as a moderator for this session. I very much enjoy this lecture, and also very, very active discussion after the lecture as well. Right? And I hope that the concept of circular economy, right, can be distributed and also to reach general audience in the near future. And as I said, this is the task that require cooperation from everyone in order to achieve or to be success. Right?
Yeah.
And also this summer school is also a very good initiative and also very good program in order to support this. So thank you very much for letting me participate in this event. Thank you.
Kedengeran. Thank you, Ibu Fitri. Thank you very much also, Prof. Pakor, for your availability, for your great lecture. And to all participants, let's take picture together with Professor Pakor. Please turn on your video and then use the virtual background. We will be taking picture together.
So I am sorry that this machine does not have the background anymore.
It's okay, Professor Pakor. It's all right. So everyone, please be ready. Maybe Bapak Hafiz could help us with taking picture.
Okay, apologize for that. Okay, wait, the first one, the first page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, lastly, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hafiz. Thank you once again to Professor Pakor. Hope to see you again in another occasion.
So thank you very much. I hope to
Thank
see
you very
in
much, Prof.
Bandung.
Yeah, wish you a
hope to
great
see you
day.
in person.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Thank
Have a
you.
good day, Professor Pakor. Thank you. And well, for participants, thank you for your active participation during this session. And After this, we will have a quiz. So, after each lecture, we will have a quiz run through the AHA slide as well. The committee will share you the link of quiz. The quiz itself is about the topic or lectures that Professor Pakorn has given to us before. So please be ready for the quiz. Right, the committee can please sharing the link. Right. The link for quiz is already on the chat. Please click the link and then type your name in the AHA slides. We will begin the quiz shortly. Right, the quiz is 10 questions, around 10 questions, and it's about the circular economy. So for the next lectures, please maybe you can take some notes, because after each lecture we will be having quiz. After the Q&A session, there will be a quiz through the AHA slides. So this quiz is also part of the assignment. So besides the project that you have to do within your group, you also have to complete the quiz. Okay, it's we already have 40, yeah, around 43, 45 participants. We are still waiting for participants to join. Maybe 1 minute more. All right, maybe we can start the quiz right now. So, and we are counting down 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, we have 9 questions. All right, the first one, what kind of resin that the most used? Yeah, what is the most used resin? All right. The right answer is PP. Let's see. Next question. Oh, okay. Congratulations, PD. Okay. Let's see question number 2. Yeah, maybe when you take the quiz in the next session, please make sure to use the your name as registered in our Google form, so we can easily recognize you. Right, number 2, the circular economy seeks to achieve its objective by accept. All right, the right answer is need resources or B. All right, can I know who is PD? And Zahrina and then Trung. Right, let's see now question number 3. So there are some mitigation steps we could do to mitigate plastic waste, except all right, the right one is use a few plastic daily. Oh, congrats, PD, Alia, Zahrina. Let's see question number 4. Right, which one is true about the linear economy? All right, produce a lot of waste. Yeah, that's the drawbacks of the linear economy. Right, again, congrats, PD, Trung, and Alia, the top 3. Let's see question number 5. So what precursor that we can get from corn and potato to make biodegradable polymers such as PLA? Right, starch, alkanes, sucrose, or olefin. All right, most of you guess it's right. Guess it's right. It's starch. Again, PD, Trung, and Alia, congrats. Let's see number 6. What is the meaning of 30% bio-based polymers? All right. Okay, it's the first one, 30% from biodegradable. All right, PD, Zahrina, and Royan. Okay, let's see. Number 7. Question number 7. Okay, the purposes of the circular economy are listed below. Except. All right, it's to produce a better product. PD, Zahrina, and Hong An. Let's see the last 2 questions. What product that we can get from reducing polyolefin through hydrocracking? All right, it's a gasoline. Let's see. Oh, okay. PD is leading, I think. Let's see the last question. All right, the last question. What agreement? Tokyo, Paris, Jakarta, or Copenhagen Agreement? All right, it's the Paris Agreement. All right. Okay, congratulations, PD. Even though I don't know who is PD. All right. Congrats for everyone. Congrats for completing this quiz. So, as I mentioned before, after each lecture, there will be a Q&A session. And after that, we will be having a quiz. The quiz like this. We are running through the AHA slides. Yeah, congrats once again for PD. All right.
Who is PD?
I don't know. PD, if you are there, maybe you can give us comment. So yeah, please make sure in next quiz you use the real name as registered in the Google form so we can easily recognize you. And yeah, for all participants, I think we are in the end of this session. I would like to remind you again that if you missed some lecture or some information, you can always go to our YouTube channel, Departemen Pendidikan Kimia. The link for YouTube channel is already on the chat. You can click and then don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And also for participants who have yet to join our Telegram, please join our Telegram because we give quick information also through the Telegram, and also it make you easier to communicate with your peers, especially in completing your project. And also don't forget to join our Google Classroom. The link is also on the chat. And this is a repeated question from participants. If you cannot find your name on the group list, you can always join to whatever group you want. And if you want to switch or change the topic, if you want to move to other group with the topic that makes you interest, please make sure you switch with your friends. You can do that as long as you switch with your friends. And also, don't forget to attend our next session. We will begin at 1 p.m. So make sure you attend the second session. The topic is still the same. It's about the circular economy, and Dr. Himawan from Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia will talk about circular economy in the second session. So I would like also to remind you that if you want to get the certificate of completion, you have to at least have 80% of attendance, so you can eligible for getting the certificate. And maybe from Ibu Fitri, if you have any information for participants.
I don't have a special info actually for today, but yeah, this is our first lecture. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy, and then you get the great insights from the first lectures, and make sure you will attend the second lecture in the afternoon, right, Bu Fidi? At 1 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. And how to say, we really encourage you to attend all courses, especially for those who want to apply for the credit earning. Yeah, so please make sure you can attend on time, and then please kindly also support us to spread the information for other participants, maybe your college or your friend who hasn't yet attend this program, so they will not miss so many meetings later on. Yeah, and yeah, thank you, Bu Fidi, for a very excellent hosting this activity for today. And in the afternoon session, we will have Ibu Tri, yeah. And I just have a suggestion, Bu Fidi, for the group. So yeah, that's also the great idea to give the freedom for the participant to select the group, yeah, for the projects. But the committee, I guess, have to make sure that the distributions of the participant for each topic, for each group, yeah, can be proportionally distributed. Yeah, I just worry just in case in the end, for example, there are several topics there that no participant. Yeah, maybe in the afternoon session, the moderator or the host can overview the distributions of the participant for each group, especially how to handling the project. So make sure that everyone who attend this meeting already distributed in each group, and then yeah, even maybe they can know each other, yeah, with the teammate to start discussions and so on for preparations the projects. I guess that's all for my notification.
Thank you, Ibu Fitri, for your additional information. And for participants, we will share the link of attendance at the end of the session. And for this morning session, the link is already on the chat. So please make sure that you fill out the attendance because we can see that you in order for you to eligible to get the certificate, we see from the attendance and then the assignment as well. So from participants, do you have any questions before we close this morning session? Maybe if you have question with your assignment or something else. Okay, Zahrina, is it clear for assignment or something else?
Yes, it's clear, ma'am.
All right.
And Bu Vidi, how about
Yeah.
the schedule for Friday? Have you been noticed to the participants?
Oh
That
yeah,
will
not yet.
start the session
Yeah, we
early?
haven't. Mhm.
Yeah. So please kindly.
Yeah, and also there is a information for all participants that as per usual we will run the lectures. We will begin at 9 a.m. So today and then on Wednesday and Thursday. However, on Friday we will begin earlier. We will start at 8 a.m. Jakarta time, so GMT +7. So the first lecture will be started at 8 a.m. GMT +7. So only for Friday we will begin earlier. So make sure that you don't miss the lecture, because we will be having Professor Paul Lokshaw from Nottingham University, Malaysia on Friday morning at 8 a.m. GMT +7. But for Wednesday and Thursday, we still begin at 9 a.m. except for Friday, we will begin earlier at 8 a.m. Yeah, so yeah, thank you, Ibu Fitri, for reminding me. And if participants do not have any questions, please also be informed that the assignment, the group assignment, where you have to make poster or SFP regarding the SDGs, you can submit your poster or SFP through the Padlet. The committee later will share you the link of Padlet, so you can just easily click the link and then you upload your poster there. And the deadline for submission is on Thursday before midnight. So make sure you upload it on time, because from Friday until Saturday, you have to, everyone has to access the poster through the Padlet. You can you can hit the like button and then comment and comment. So because we will select the best. We will select the best posters based on the number of like or comments. So please make sure that you make your poster as attractive as possible. And also please make sure that you give the title yeah. Okay, yeah. So for the poster that you make, please make sure that you put or you write the topic, because we have several topic of, for example, innovation in food technologies, innovation in wastewater, and carbon emission, and so on. So make sure that you write the topic, and then also write the group members of your group, so we know that everyone makes their contribution to making the poster. And for us who didn't get group of research topic, how to collect the poster assignment. So yeah, for Pak Kustomo, if you can join the group, you can join with the group. You can select join the group whichever group you want. You can maybe you can also join our Telegram, and then because in the Telegram there are also some of participants also share the group Telegram, the link for their own group. So yeah, you can join. Okay, if I'm not listed into any group yet. Yeah, the same question. Maybe first you can join the Telegram. The link of the Telegram is already on the chat. You can join the Telegram, and then you can join group, whichever group you want. So it's free for you to choose which topic do you want to join in, and maybe you could ask. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so first you can just join the Telegram and then join any group you want. So hopefully it's I did, so I can join them to, yeah, you can if you already joined the Telegram, you can choose which group you want to join in, and work together or discuss together with with the group members. So yeah, because in the Telegram there are already some link. I think each group has already made their own Telegram group, so they can discuss. At Telegram, I could not find channel about carbon one. How may I access? Okay, everyone who are so if your group if your group didn't have the channel or the Telegram group, yeah, you can make one, and you can you can discuss, or yeah, you can ask your friend to make one, or you by yourself can make the Telegram group for your own group. Couldn't find channel. Yeah.
And Bu Fidi, tomorrow we have the lecture at 9 again.
Yes, at 9.
Yeah, and since tomorrow will be a special day for us, especially Indonesians, so maybe we can arrange some special activities by the end of the lecture to celebrate the Indonesians' Independent Days. Yeah, yeah, we can ask the participants to take a part, yeah, in the virtual celebrations, maybe, if possible. Maybe by the end of the sessions in the morning or something, yeah, if possible, yeah.
Yeah.
Or even we can receive a kind of congratulations or quotes from the participants, and later on maybe we can summary, yeah, and then we can display it, yeah, as the way how we celebrate our Independent Days virtually.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Fitri. Yeah, so tomorrow is the 77th anniversary of Independence Day of Indonesia. Usually we have a morning ceremony on 17th of August. Yeah, maybe we can arrange some special event, yeah, after the lecture. Okay, let's see. And from Tina, for a single figure presentation assignment, will the presentation be individual? So yeah, for the assignment, each group has to make the poster or single figure presentation, or SFP, and then upload it to the Padlet. And the poster with high number of likes or comment will be selected to present live in the Zoom meeting. So the presentation itself, it's still a group, it's still a group assignment. Yeah, so it depends on the group. You can present as the representative of the group, or all members of the group want to present the project. It's possible. So it depends on the group. If you want to assign one participant as the representative of the group to present, it's okay. Or if all group members want to present your project, it's possible as well. Yeah, so not all. So maybe what we would like to highlight is not all groups will be selected to present the project, but we will select some of the groups depending on the number of likes or comment in the Padlet. So make sure you assess so everyone has to assess, give comment or like in each poster for the posters that will be displayed in Padlet. So please wait for the link of Padlet because we will share it later. So yeah, so the poster, creating poster and presentation are included into the group assignment. So for this time, we don't have any individual assignment yet, except for quiz. Quiz is you have to do it by yourself, but for poster and then presentation, they are included into group assignment. Hopefully it answers the question. Those topics on which the lecture is not yet due, how can they select the topics so early? Okay, Safina, do you want to ask or those topics on which the lecture is not yet, how can they select the topic? Safina. All right. Yeah, so we already yeah, so for the topics for your projects, like for the wastewater innovation, yeah, actually you can always search or Google it or read from other publication, and then maybe you can also find the news. You can select the issue, like select the issue about the wastewater, and then maybe you can find the solutions from the article in the journal. Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't have to be the same with what the speaker will be delivered, but you can always find the issue. First you can find the issue around you, and then try to find the solution or innovation that you can make. You can read the journal, read the article from read publications, read the article. So yeah. So yeah, hopefully it will be all right, yeah, for you all to try to find the issue around you, try to find the challenge around you, yeah, and then try to find the solutions. Yeah, can I transfer to the topic that I'm interested with? Yeah, basically you can transfer, but make sure that you switch with your friend. I mean, one member of that group has to switch with you, so you can transfer to another group. Basically, once again, basically you can transfer to another group, but make sure you switch. So the number of participants in each group will stay constant. Hopefully it's answers Ronalinda Yal, and thank you also for Safina and Tina and Mahmoud. All right, for all participants, if you still have questions regarding the assignment or the program details or anything, you can ask the committee through the Telegram. And if you miss some information, you can also always go to our YouTube channel, Departemen Pendidikan Kimia. And please also join the link that the committee already shared, the Telegram, the Google Classroom, and then visit our YouTube channel. And And I think it's already 12. Thank you to all participants for actively participating in our first lecture. And make sure that you already fill out the attendance form. And don't forget to attend our next session at 1 p.m. Dr. Himawan from Universitas Gadjah Mada will be delivering the talk about the circular economy. So thank you once again and see you at the afternoon session. Yes, you can leave the Zoom meeting, but make sure you already fill out the attendance link and please attend or join in again at 1 p.m. with the same link that we already broadcasted. Thank you, everyone.
Warm greetings from wonderful. Warm greetings from wonderful Indonesia. We've got a delicious mission ahead of us, and we are going to eat our way across Indonesia, a country of over 17,500 islands with 600 ethnic groups and an incredible diversity of cuisine to match.
It's like nothing I've ever tried before.
An explosion of flavors in your mouth.
You could eat a different dish every day for a year and still have so much more to try.
Wherever you go, one thing you will find, Indonesian love noisy food.
The Asian Food Network has found Indonesia's must-have dishes, so we are going off the beaten path on an amazing food odyssey mapped out by our favorite foodies. Now it's time to celebrate with Indonesia's best ever eats. Lake Toba is over 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, making it the largest volcanic lake in the world. The lake formed following a massive volcanic eruption 75,000 years ago. It only takes 2.5 hours to fly from Jakarta to Silangit, the airport of Lake Toba. From the airport, the lake's famous Samosir Island is a 3-hour scenic drive. Lake Toba is the birthplace of the Suku Batak, or the Batak tribe, one of the largest ethnic groups and earliest organized cultures of Indonesia. On the shores of the world's largest volcanic lake, this unique culture has created some wonderful specialty dishes.
When in Lake Toba, you simply must try Naniura. It was a big surprise for me. The first time I ate it, I never guessed there was an uncooked fish dish in Indonesia. And Naniura really represents our diverse nation, and I love it.
It is known as Batak ceviche because the fish is prepared first by marinating in the juice of special lime called asam juga. It is very sour. The fish is not raw like sashimi, but it is uncooked. In fact, Naniura means uncooked in the Batak language.
It's chewy, spicy, citrusy, and tingly.
I had a shot at preparing Naniura at home. The acidity from the lime and the salt, it firms up the fish really nicely, giving it a lovely texture.
Lake Toba is a ground zero for a spice that is hallmark of Batak cuisine. Andaliman is found only in Lake Toba volcanic soil, making it very special and another reason to visit.
Not one, not two, but 3 separate seasonings must be prepared for this dish.
The first is a medley of flavors: herbaceous turmeric and galangal, the warm spicy zest of fresh ginger, nutty candlenut, earthy coriander seeds. These ingredients are toasted for extra flavor.
The second seasoning requires thinly sliced shallot, torch ginger, garlic, red chilies, lemongrass, local chive known as bawang Batak, and of course, the spice that is a staple of Batak cuisine, andaliman. Chives, andaliman, and torch ginger are mandatory for Batak cuisine.
These 3 seasonings are combined and ground into a paste.
The challenge is to refine the texture. It must be silky and free from fibers. The aroma is a tantalizing blend of spice, zest, and delicate herb hints.
Once the fish has been cured in lime juice, the paste is massaged into the flesh and it is left in a chiller for about 5 to 6 hours to let the flavors really infuse before the fillets are sliced and served cold.
Batak people only use fresh fish from the lake, so you must pre-order. Remember this tip? Pre-order.
The flavor of the marinade complements the freshness of the fish, and Lake Toba has been added to my bucket list. For starters, this lake is bigger than my home country of Singapore.
I heard that long ago this dish was reserved for royalty.
That's true, but do not worry, today there is no such rule. However, Naniura is usually reserved for special occasions, such as engagement, where exchanging gift is customary. For Bataks, a gift is a symbol of respect to one's spouse-to-be and an offering to God. If you were a Batak bride, you would give your husband Naniura.
For a very special occasion, ikan batak, a local fish from Lake Toba, is used in Naniura. Today, ikan batak is rare, sunao carp or ikan mas that are easy to find and use.
Nani Ura is so special, it has a song. O amang, o inang, o inang, o amang, parsinuan. Loas au, mga rit-rit tutoba hobung-on.
That's lovely, Yuda.
So it's about a man wishing to marry a woman from Danau Toba so he can eat fresh naniura whenever he pleases. How romantic is that?
Did he marry you for love? No, for the fish.
I'd marry someone for fish.
Whilst Naniura will have you singing for more, this next must-try dish will have you hitting the warungs or lapos, as they say it in Lake Toba.
If you love lome, this is the lome with an extra kick. Mie gomak, the best noodle dish in Lake Toba.
This is a breakfast delight that packs a punch and it comes in really satisfying portions with plenty of bang for your buck.
There is a lot to love about this Batak spaghetti. The pasta is special noodle called mie lidi, named after the lidi straw broom.
Luckily, it doesn't taste anything like straw. These noodles are soft, chewy, and thicker than typical noodles.
Imagine al dente, springy noodles tossed in a thick, spicy coconut milk soup with fresh citrusy tones, a tantalizingly tingly sensation, and topped with a hard-boiled egg.
You might want to grab a pen and paper and start taking notes.
First, the noodles are boiled, strained, then the coconut soup is prepared by sauteing a fine paste made of shallot, chili, garlic, turmeric, torched ginger, along with the fragrant kaffir lime leaf, lemongrass, and andaliman.
Chicken or another meat is added next and then doused with a nice layer of thin coconut milk. Lemongrass and kaffir lime leaves are added in, and the aroma is simply divine.
Sold. Can I get a bowl of that right now?
You can almost taste it,
Can I?
right?
The mee absorbs all the yummy flavors, making it really delicious. There's the tingling, numbing effect from the andaliman, along with the richness of coconut milk, chicken stock, the bumbu, and the other vegetables.
The challenge is getting the ideal amount of andaliman. Too little, and there is no tingle. But too much, and it's like a mouthful of hot massage balm. Many Batak living abroad stock up on andaliman, freeze it, and use it sparingly to remind them of home.
The word gomak means to take by hand, which is precisely how mee gomak was traditionally portioned out and added to a customer's bowl.
I really want to try this, but I'm not sure about bare hands dishing up my food.
Don't worry, mee gomak are very hygienic these days and using utensil.
Oh, good.
Now, there's a modern version of this noodle classic, fried mee gomak.
The cooks reduce the liquid, allowing the noodles to sizzle in the wok, turning them golden brown.
Many young Indonesian chefs have added new flair to this classic and made mee gomak a popular dish on modern menus.
Long live mee gomak. Now it's time to check out a region known for classic ethnic Indonesian food where traditional dishes have made a splash in culinary circles. Let's head to Likupang, at the northeastern tip of Sulawesi, in the Minahasa region, where the cuisine is strongly related to cultural identity. Minahasa people love to party with singing, dancing, and lots of food. As they say, lebih baik kalah aksi daripada kalah nasi. So it's better to drop the action than the rice. Style and appearances are of little concern. Great food is all that matters. These people are serious about food. To reach this foodie paradise, jump on a flight from Jakarta to Samratulangi Airport. Flight time is just under 3.5 hours and the overland journey to Likupang takes 90 minutes.
Minahasa are famed for their exotic recipe utilizing unique local ingredients. But one thing the region is truly known for is sambal, rica.
My aunt would make all these wonderful Indonesian sambals and send them to us in boxes. My favorite has always been dabu-dabu. It has this beautiful sour notes and it's fresh like salsa, plus it's really, really, really yummy. A mix of third-eye chilies, thinly sliced shallots, ripe and green tomatoes, finely chopped lemon basil leaves, bittersweet calamansi lime juice with a drizzle of coconut oil and a dash of salt and pepper creates this delightful, colorful condiment.
And there is a specific fragrant aroma from the basil leaf and tangy lime that makes your mouth water instantly.
And that's the magic created when chili is combined with the zest of citrus. Moving up the spice ladder is another famous sambal, rica rica. I love sambal rica rica with its natural sweetness.
This is the sultan of sambal. So spicy. Rica actually means spicy.
Rica rica hits you like a train, which shouldn't be surprising since chili is the main ingredient.
People in North Sulawesi love rica rica so much, they even eat it with fried bananas, something most Indonesians consider to be a dessert.
That sounds really good actually.
I once dated a Minahasa local. When it comes to family gathering, they love potluck. But you better watch out, as you might find some extreme food on your plate. And yes, everything was served with sambal.
Wow, 2 spicy favorites already and there's still more to come. If you need any more proof that North Sulawesi is the home of fiery flavors, then look no further.
Woku is a cooking method created in this region, but be warned, it is spicy!
Woku is all about the sauce and it can be used to cook all kinds of meat. In the hinterland, they prefer red meat or chicken, but on the coast, it is a seafood dish.
An absolute standout in the great tradition of Woku-style food is Woku Belanga.
I love woku sauce. It's beautiful, thick, savory and spicy, made by crushing roasted candle nuts, turmeric, fresh tomatoes, ginger and shallots.
Of course, it wouldn't be complete without spice. So bird's eye chilies join the fray.
Aromatics like lemongrass, kaffir lime leaves, pandan and turmeric leaves take this sauce to another level.
Next up, the star of the show, a plum chicken rubbed in lime and salt is cooked in the paste. And if things weren't spicy enough, green chilies are added. The sauce becomes thick and sumptuous, and all that's left to do is a sprinkle of fresh kemangi leaves for a sweet, crunchy finish.
Woku Belanga is really flavorful with so much richness from the bumbu. It's really spicy but also balanced.
Woku Belanga has a complex taste due to using local grown herbs. This is a petani or farmer's food. And everyone has their own version of this dish.
This dish has come to mean so much to Minahasa people that a wedding would just not be complete without Woku Belanga as part of the spread.
The modern way of cooking Woku Belanga is in a clay pot, but in the past, the dish was cooked in a wrapping of woku leaves. Hence the name which has come to be associated with the spicy sauce.
The Minahasa believe that what they eat will also be consumed by their ancestors, so they strive to serve only the best. In the past, wrapping food in woku leaves was considered a prestigious way of presenting meals.
The people of Minahasa also believe that eating spicy dishes like Woku Belanga is an important life lesson. The fiery sensation from the combination of spicy, savory, and bitter flavors creates balance. It's a reminder to find balance in the way we lead our life.
Who knew that spicy food could teach us so much?
As the Minahasa people would say, "Nimbole makan kalau ndak ada rica." One cannot live without spice. But don't worry, for those who can't take the heat, there is still hope.
Another specialty that locals find hard to live without is chakalang fufu. Chakalang are skipjack tuna and are found in large numbers off Likupang's deep, pristine waters that are teeming with marine life.
Indonesians were pioneers of food preservation techniques. The tuna was smoked to cure it and to extend its shelf life. Amazingly, this dish is still served smoky and dry to this day.
Chakalang fufu is usually shredded and simply mixed with anything you like.
Must have my fufu. Here's another dish for those with a milder taste palate. A wonderful meal created out of necessity that over time has morphed into a tasty treasure.
Rice shortages were not uncommon in the past. For instance, during the Japanese occupation of World War II. Forced to hide in the jungle, people got creative, gathering and cooking wild vegetables, which was the birth of bubur tinutuan. Bubur translates to congee or porridge.
A jungle porridge? Okay, why not?
One wonderful discovery was gedi leaf, a specialty ingredient in Minahasa recipes. Gedi leaves have a slightly bitter but pleasant taste, like a cross between spinach and seaweed. Nowadays, bubur tinutuan is a popular breakfast dish across the archipelago. This is a rich, tasty congee that is heavy-bodied and textured.
The ingredients are delectable. Lemongrass and ginger flavor the water before the rice is added. The leafy vegetable come next before sweet corn is added. The aromatic steam give a hint of great taste to come.
Pumpkin or sweet potato, cassava, and gedi leaf come next, and the pot is left to simmer as the congee thickens. Finally, water spinach is added along with salt and pepper. Once the water spinach wilts, the dish is ready to be served with rica-rica to add some fire.
Bubur tinutuan is often served at intimate family events, and because of that is also known as bubur persaudaraan or camaraderie porridge.
And with that feeling of camaraderie, let's move to another area of Indonesia, known for their friendly welcome and hospitality. The easiest way to get to Labuan Bajo is to take a direct flight from Jakarta, and in just under 4 hours, you will land at Komodo International Airport. Western Flores is home to the indigenous Manggarai, who have inhabited the island for thousands of years. But the area owes its name to the Bajo people, one of the last nomadic sea gypsy tribes that has lived on the ocean for centuries. With such a special connection to the sea, it is not surprising that one of Labuan Bajo's most iconic dishes involves seafood.
Ikan kuah asam is considered one of the Labuan Bajo best ever dishes, popular throughout the island of Flores and the rest of eastern Indonesia.
Ikan kuah asam juxtaposes the sweetness of fresh fish with a super clean sour broth.
Fresh turmeric gives it a bright sunny color and a wholesome taste.
It reminds me so much of a dish my grandma, Nenek, used to make. Curries were too spicy for us as kids, so Nenek would cook singgang, which is very, very similar, as a way to include us in family meals. This is a broth that has so much love poured into it. Shallots and garlic are sautéed until fragrant. Lemongrass and kaffir lime leaves create a beautiful aroma. For a sour punch, tamarind water or saung daling is added. A splash of lime, a handful of Indonesian sweet basil, and the dish is done.
The key to this dish is getting the right amount of sourness without overdoing it, and of course, using freshly caught fish.
After trying ikan kuah asam in Labuan Bajo, you may never want to eat seafood anywhere else. The locals say in Jakarta that ikan mati 2 kali. The fish have died 2 times or more.
What I find really amazing is the way the Bajo people catch their fish. These sea nomads are known to be the best free divers in the world. To be able to dive 30 meters for a good 10 to 15 minutes without any gear to catch fish, that is so amazing. It makes me want to eat that fish even more.
There is a belief that sea gypsies have a way of communicating with the fish and are able to call the fish with just a few knocks on their wooden boats.
They call me the fish whisperer.
The whispering I like. Now, most people don't pay very much attention to the rice that accompanies their exciting dishes. Rice is rice, right? Well, this next dish isn't your run-of-the-mill rice dish. In fact, it is not rice at all.
Nasi jagung or corn rice is mashed yellow or white corn mixed with grated coconut and coconut milk and then steamed. This is a Labuan Bajo classic.
Originally, corn was the staple crop in Labuan Bajo as it suited this dry region. However, locals started incorporating rice into the dish when it became a mandatory crop.
It is mild, the perfect pairing for the intensely flavorful dishes of Labuan Bajo.
While nasi jagung plays the role of sidekick in Labuan Bajo cuisine, our next dish is colorful and has no problem standing out in the middle of any plate.
Rumput rampe boasts an eclectic mix of tropical plants, very healthy, very colorful.
Traditionally, harvesting ingredients for this dish would involve being barefoot, feet touching the earth as you forage for the best ingredients in season.
Rumput rampe is a spiritual dish. Seasonal vegetables, the success or failure of the crops are believed to be the signs from God of what is beneficial for man's nourishment.
The locals believe that disease and shorter lifespans are linked to modern eating habits. Edible plants that once nourished our ancestors have been replaced by non-heritage crops that are deemed ineffective in helping man thrive in the ring of fire. Rumput rampe, however, is a reset. It uses cassava leaves, an ancestral plant promoting metabolism, and papaya leaves and flowers that have antioxidant properties.
Very healthy and beautiful, with green leaves, yellow papaya flowers, and red chilies.
Rumput rampe is complex in flavor. There is bitterness, spiciness, savoriness, all in one, and a good cook can balance out all these flavors. Get it wrong, and the locals will say there's a disconnect between the cook and the ingredient.
The leaves can be boiled or soaked in water to take the edge off the bitterness.
Every region has their own way of minimizing the bitterness of papaya leaf. In Java, kerinmat is used, while in Labuan Bajo, the papaya leaf are boiled with cassava leaves.
Each element is prepared with care, boiled or steamed separately, respecting each ingredient's timing for doneness. Next comes banana heart, which is massaged with salt to extract the sap, then rinsed, sliced, and steamed.
Shallots, garlic, chilies, salam leaves, and kaffir lime leaves are sautéed, creating an aromatic paste that is absolutely delicious. The veggies are added along with fried anchovies for a nice savory crunch. Finally, the dish is removed from the heat and raw grated coconut is mixed in.
While ikan kuah asam is easy to find, rumput rampe is quite rare. It is reserved for special gatherings like weddings.
What Om William is really saying, next time you visit Labuan Bajo, try to crash a wedding. The intimate relationship between food, culture, and ceremony is woven through the rich diversity of Indonesia. And our next stop is no exception. But here, food takes on a role that is beyond tasty nourishment. At our next destination, the locals say, in life, choose simple food made from your own effort, rather than luxurious fare that tastes insincere. We are heading to the island of Lombok, about 2-hour flight from Indonesia's capital, Jakarta. Lombok is renowned for its warm, welcoming people who cook from the heart. Add to this, Kuta Mandalika with its amazing beaches, new resorts, and international race circuit. And there's even more reason to visit. The name Lombok originally meant strait or seaweed, but across Indonesia, it has another meaning, chili.
Chili? That means all the dishes must be spicy.
Yes, fierce hot with a great story to boot. In 1630 AD, when the kingdom of Salaparang in Lombok and Karangasem from Bali were at war, Rembiga village was chosen as a place to negotiate peace.
At the time, poultry was only served on special occasions, so the chef created Ayam Taliwang, which brought the people together and peace was restored.
Food for peace. All fights should be resolved over a good meal. I'm going to burn down your village tomorrow. Could you please pass the chicken? Oh, wow. I guess I won't burn it down completely.
Happy tummies make happy people. I love Ayam Taliwang. It can be insanely spicy, but the combination of spicy, smoky, sweet, salty flavors is worth the burn.
This is grilled chicken street food fare that is made with free-range spring chicken.
The first time I have such a small chicken was in Lombok. Give me 2? Easy. I want more. This is my favorite dish in Lombok. Ayam Taliwang is made with a special paste called bumbu taliwang that is absolutely wonderful. Essential to the marinade is terasi Lombok. The first time I taste terasi Lombok, I knew it was something special.
Terasi Lombok uses the freshest prawns mixed with salt and it's left to ferment for 2 weeks.
Bumbu taliwang is made from red chili or sebi asap, a curly red chili, local bird's eye chili, shallot, terasi Lombok, and palm sugar.
This marinade is very fiery. In fact, many non-Sasak find it too hot to handle. It's similar to peri-peri, but with an extra kick.
The traditional way of cooking Ayam Taliwang involves splitting the chicken open without cutting it right through. The chicken is rubbed down with salt and lime before being grilled over coconut shells to impart a beautiful aroma. Before it's seasoned with bumbu taliwang and grilled once more until you smell that rich, smoky aroma.
Steamed jasmine rice and a warm salad with bean sprouts are popular side dishes for Ayam Taliwang, topped off with steamed grated coconut and kangkong, aka water spinach. I love how each bite gives you a variety of luscious textures.
In the old days, customers would often wait 2 hours for their orders, and the chicken was so fresh, and the cooks were still trying to catch them. My first time eating Ayam Taliwang was such a surprise. Next to the soup was a tube of toothpaste, so customer could use it to help to remove the smell of terasi from their finger. True story.
Could there be anything more satisfying than a classic chicken meal? Well, how about this next best ever dish? It is succulent, tender, and a creation fit for kings and queens.
The history of Sate Rembiga goes way back to the 17th century and can be traced to Rembiga village, where the kings would gather. The name Rembiga comes from the word rembuk, meaning together.
And what would a royal gathering be without incredible food to feast on?
Today it has become a dish for all, with its delicious flavor and supremely succulent beef.
Beef is the pride of Lombok. The region's savannas provides the perfect pasture for cattle grazing, resulting in grass-fed and organic cattle.
This satay is so tender, it just melts in your mouth.
Sweet, smoky, savory, fiery.
This is one of the moo's half dish. Moo. Got it? Cow?
With a sense of humor like yours, I'm pretty sure the cows of Lombok will be mooing over you.
To come to Lombok and not try Satay Rembika is like going to Japan and not having sashimi.
Satay Rembika is so popular that tourists are only allowed to leave with 100 sticks.
Only 100? I was hoping to fill up my suitcase.
It's just a saying to show how much people love this satay.
Like a lot of Indonesian food, Satay Rembika is about getting the right balance of flavor. It needs to be sweet, spicy, and smoky.
That's right. Satay Rembika is all about the balance of spice.
Sabi belek, a big, juicy red local chili, is mixed in the marinade with palm sugar,
garlic, shallot, belacan, tamarind water, and coriander seed.
The beef is wrapped in papaya leaves and set aside for 1 to 2 hours before being smothered in that beautiful marinade and grilled over a charcoal fire until just done.
Oh my goodness, so you have to wait a couple of hours before you can tuck it?
No problem, Ili. The satay seller always have Rembika ready to go.
Satay Rembika is typically served piping hot on a banana leaf with lontong rice cakes, boiled papaya leaves, a lovely bone broth, and warm aromatic pepes or banana leaf wrapped seafood for a complete taste sensation.
So get in line.
Can you imagine sitting with the kings of Pajangik sharing satay?
Yes, I can. Your Majesty, please could you pass me a few 100 sticks? I need to pack.
Lombok cuisine paved the way for peace, creating a bridge between royals and evolving to become a democratic food uniting everyone. The link to a royal past remains a present-day reality in our final sojourn across Indonesia. The region boasts not only an incredibly rich history, but also one of the 7 wonders of the world. Yogyakarta is the main gateway to Borobudur, the largest Buddhist temple in the world and a quick 1-hour flight from Jakarta. Not a long journey to sink your teeth into some really delicious delicacies. First up, let's explore the dish responsible for Yogyakarta's nickname, the City of Gudeg.
Every time my Bapa and I visited my Nene in Jogja, we always stop at the same old gudeg place. It has this distinct smell of burning wood and dishes were cooked in a big pot. And they were just so welcoming. They even remember my father eating there when he was a kid.
Gudeg is a heavy-bodied jackfruit stew, almost meaty in texture, with contrasting flavors. At first sweet, almost like a dessert, but also savory and tangy.
Gudeg perfectly defines the Javanese sweet tooth, which started with a resourceful use of palm blossom to create palm sugar. Later, the sugar trade really shaped the Javanese palate, making them accustomed to sweet cuisine.
Nowadays, the sugar level of gudeg has been toned down. But if gudeg is not sweet, then this is not gudeg.
In the 1500s, the Mataram Kingdom cleared vast amounts of land for building. Many jackfruit trees had to be cut down, and the workers, not wanting to waste the young jackfruit, created a dish utilizing the fruit with a slow cook method.
Yeah, it does make sense to make use of what's readily available. But I think the other major thing that you need a lot of to make gudeg is patience.
True! Gudeg can be really tedious to create as it has so many components, and jackfruit is just one of them.
Jackfruit is the largest tree-borne fruit in the world. One single fruit can weigh up to 25 kilos. So word of caution, don't go napping under that tree.
Large, thick skin and bumpy. Its skin is almost like a crocodile's hide. I'm thinking jackfruit fashion could be a thing.
This is a fascinating fruit. It's so versatile. You can use it in a dessert or in a stew. It's a fruit that tastes like meat. Although a staple in Java for centuries, it's only recently become popular globally as a hip vegan meat alternative.
You could say we've been way ahead of the curve when it comes to jackfruit. The first element in gudeg is gori and pindang, young green jackfruit and hard-boiled eggs. Traditionally, gudeg is cooked in a clay pot lined with, wait for it, thick leaves. Not something you would ever imagine in a kitchen pantry. But this is what gives gudeg its reddish brown color.
The young jackfruit is first cut into pieces and then boiled until tender. I would say fall off the bone tender, but there are no bones. Next, it is smothered in a beautifully rich paste of shallots and garlic. For a bright, zesty flavor, coriander seeds are added to the mix, followed by roasted candle nuts for a creamy texture.
But wait, it's not done yet. Next in is daun salam or Indonesian bay leaves, tangy kaffir lime leaves, lemongrass, and torch ginger that has been roasted just right. And then of course comes the coconut sugar or palm sugar. The ingredients are submerged in water and boiled for around 4 hours over a wood-fired stove, which gives the dish a beautiful smokiness. Once the gravy reduces, then hard-boiled eggs and luscious coconut milk are added, and the dish is slow-cooked for another 2 hours.
You really have to appreciate the amount of work that goes into this.
Gudeg is commonly served with several other goodies. And altogether, this is gudeg complete. In addition to the melt-in-your-mouth jackfruit, a gudeg complete could have curried free-range chicken cooked in coconut milk and spices. Then, there is my favorite, sambal goreng krecek, made with beef hide crackers for a soft, fluffy texture with a spicy kick. You can add a side of steamed vegetables or boiled papaya or cassava leaves. And of course, areh, a thick savory coconut sauce to splash on top of your steamed rice. The combination of these sweet and savory ingredients makes gudeg truly Javanese.
This dish takes years to master, which is why the best establishments are run by elderly sellers.
And it's believed that gudeg is a dish that nourishes the body precisely because gudeg sellers are well into their twilight years. Most of them have been around since the Japanese and even the Dutch colonial era, which is reason enough to try gudeg.
Surprisingly, for a meal that takes so long to cook, gudeg is available around the clock in Yogyakarta and is the go-to takeout for late-night college kids.
And canned gudeg is also a thing now. So you can take the taste of gudeg home with you.
Now that shows the passion for this local delicacy. Our next best ever dish is a simple yet sumptuous delight that will have you begging for more. The next best ever dish is a savory one-dish meal that was not only a firm favorite in the royal palace, but also the meal of common households of Central Java.
I tried nasi liwet for the first time in 2018 on a trip to Central Java. We sat on the floor at a local warung and we ate from these bowls that were just folded banana leaves. I remember nasi liwet being really, really delicious. It was moist, but every grain of rice had texture, and it was all infused with the rich taste of the creamy coconut milk. It's honestly one of the best things I've ever eaten.
What's special about nasi liwet?
Nasi liwet is cooked in a wonderful 3-part contraption that looks like something from a Rodau stone.
It is cooked over wood fire stove.
The heat is created in a clay brazier or anglo filled with charcoal. Next comes a tall copper pot, the dandang tembaga, in which the water is boiled to create steam. On the very top is placed a woven bamboo basket or kukusan pring for steaming the rice. Together, these three items create a piece of cooking art.
This aromatic rice is put on a rattan plate with banana leaves for added aroma and a splash of are.
Are is made from a paste of shallots, garlic, and coriander seeds sauteed with bay leaves and citrusy kaffir lime leaves until fragrant. Coconut milk is added and the mixture is brought to a simmer until it thickens, almost to the point of curdling. Then salt and sugar are added for a beautiful rounded finish.
It is basically really rich coconut milk that has been cooked with spices. I love it so much.
The rice can be served simply with just a steamed omelette on the side or with multiple side dishes like tahu bacem, opor ayam, and tempe bacem, pindang egg, or sayur labu siam.
Sayur labu siam is a hearty chayote stew to complement the richness of the coconut rice.
Super duper delicious. I can't get enough.
What I also love about this dish is the special way the banana leaf is folded into a plate known as pincuk. This is the best leak-proof plate ever, and it comes with a spoon that's also made of banana leaves called suru. Folding these items from the banana leaf is an art in itself. It gives the dish a beautiful aroma and is also eco-friendly and inventive.
Nasi liwet is a perfectly wonderful way to wrap up our culinary adventures in Central Java. With incredible culture, living history, and amazing taste sensations, Borobudur has it all. From traditional smoky flavors to a ceviche-style fish rarity, hearty and healthy food to nourish body and soul, and sweet sensations to share, there are delights to tempt every foodie. So be sure to check Indonesia.travel for extra information to help plan your trip and let Indonesia spice up your world. With a country as diverse as this, it is an odyssey for your taste buds. Come with an empty belly and you'll leave full of iconic dishes, made with love from wonderful Indonesia. Selamat makan and sampai jumpa lagi. This is Indonesia's Best Ever Eats. Warm greetings from wonderful
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Here I see there is Bapak Dr. Himawan Tribayu. Good afternoon, Dr. Himawan.
Good afternoon. How are you? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine. For today's session, the moderator of this session is me. My name is
Yep.
Tianisa. Yeah. So we will start this session on 1 p.m. Maybe it was around 5 minutes while we are waiting for 5 minutes. Also, we are waiting for the participant to join with this meeting.
So how many participants in total?
In total, there is more than 180 participants.
Okay.
But who joined until this morning, it was around 80 until 90 participants in the Zoom meet.
Okay, fabulous.
Yeah.
So hopefully it
Yeah,
will be successful. I mean, the program will be successful and be
Yes,
impactful for those who join the program.
Yes, amin. Okay, here I see there is Anissa, Epong Srimayasari, Widyatama, Muhimatul, Ronaldin Dayal. Hello, Ronaldin Dayal. Are you there? Okay, maybe, yeah, Ronaldin Dayal, are you there? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you are a woman, actually. Good afternoon, Ronaldin. You are come from Philippines, right? Are you come from Philippines, Ronaldin?
Yes, I am, ma'am. I am from Philippines, from Capital State University, Pontevedra campus.
Okay, what do you think, or what is your opinion as long as you join with this virtual summer school?
Well, my opinion regarding this virtual summer school is this will give an opportunity for us to learn, as well as it will provide a knowledge and innovative trainings, as well as basic skills on how to develop our knowledge and basic skills regarding on the sustainable and
Yeah, so we hopefully that this virtual summer school can increase your knowledge, not only in SDGs, but also in the other. You can have many people, Bapak Dr. Himawan and many other participants here all over the world. Yes, Ronaldin. And how about your task? How about the progress of your task, Ronaldin? Is it finished or are you still working with your group to finish it?
yes, I am still working about it with my group mates, and I am trying to communicate with them. So far, some of them are responding to my communication with them, because we are trying to discuss the assigned topic that is given for us.
So how you communicate with your member group? By using WhatsApp or Zoom meeting also?
I actually message them from Gmail, and I give them the link to access the Telegram that I created.
Okay, it's really great. Thank you, Ronaldin, for your great introduction and your opinion for this virtual summer school. Hopefully you enjoy this virtual summer school. Okay, now there is 20 participants, including the speaker. We are still waiting for the other participant. The time is only 1 minute to 1 p.m. So we are going to start at 1 p.m. or we will start at 1:05. Okay, the committee said that we will waiting for 5 minutes. So we are going to start, Dr. Himawan, at 1:05. Is it okay for you?
Still mute? Yeah, that will be fine for me.
Okay. Okay. So while we are waiting for the other participant and until the 1:05, I would like to remind you that all of participants have tasks to upload the poster, the FSP, to the Padlet, in which the link can be found on the Zoom chat. You can find out the link on the Zoom chat. And also don't forget that on the last meeting for this session, the committee will share the link for the attendance link. So make sure you are join with the session until finish. And also we know that the certificate will given to the participant if they are joined with this virtual summer school for around 80%.
Es lilin mak cece didorong-dorong, dibantun mak dibantun kasuka jadi abdi isin dulungan samar kaduga sok inggis mah aduh henteu ngajadi.
Okay, on my clock, the time is 1:05. So we will start this second day of virtual summer school. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the virtual summer school. First of all, good afternoon to the speaker. We are very happy to see you here. There is Dr. Himawan. Good afternoon to all of you. I hope everything goes well with you. First of all, it's really hard to find out the words what I should say, except thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the creator of university, who has given us the enjoyment so we could be here on nice condition. So everyone, welcome back to the third virtual summer school held by Department of Chemistry Education, Indonesia University of Education, or Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or in short, UPI, with the theme of Green Sustainable Chemistry for a Better Future, with me, Trianisa Rahmawati, the moderator of this session. Okay, everyone, it will be like for the first session in which you have gotten the very much information about the circular economy from the speaker from Thailand, Associate Professor Park Korn from Thammasat University. But for now, for the second session, the speaker is come from Indonesia, and I would like to introduce to you in a moment. But before I introduce you to our speaker today, our speaker for the second session, I would like to remind you that if you hasn't joined with the class of Google Classroom, and also you hasn't joined with the Telegram, please feel free to join with us. The link of the Google Classroom, the link of the Telegram, you can find out on the Zoom chat. Maybe the committee will help you to find the link. And also, we remind you that you still have a task, the task in group, and each of the group have to uploaded the poster to the Padlet. The link of the Padlet also will be distributed to the committee on the Zoom chat. So don't forget to upload it, because tomorrow is the deadline of the poster FSP. So everyone, before we start, I would like to, the committee has prepared the video about the circular economy. So please enjoy the video.
Living systems have been around for a few billion years and will be around for many more. In the living world, there's no landfill. Instead, materials flow. One species' waste is another's food, energy is provided by the sun, things grow, then die, and nutrients return to the soil safely. And it works. Yet as humans, we've adopted a linear approach. We take, we make, and we dispose. A new phone comes out, so we ditch the old one. Our washing machine packs up, so we buy another. We're eating into a finite supply of resources and often producing toxic waste. It simply can't work long term. So what can? If we accept that the living world's cyclical model works, can we change our way of thinking so that we too operate a circular economy? Let's start with the biological cycle. How can our waste build capital rather than reduce it? By rethinking and redesigning products and components, and the packaging they come in, we can create safe and compostable materials that help grow more stuff. As they say in the movies, no resources have been lost in the making of this material. So what about the washing machines, mobile phones, fridges? We know they don't biodegrade. Here, we're talking about another sort of rethink, a way to cycle valuable metals, polymers, and alloys so they maintain their quality and continue to be useful beyond the shelf life of individual products. What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? It makes commercial sense. Instead of the throw away and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one, where products and components are designed to be disassembled and regenerated. One solution may be to rethink the way we view ownership. What if we never actually owned our technologies? We simply licensed them from the manufacturers. Now, let's put these two cycles together. Imagine if we could design products to come back to their makers, their technical materials being reused and their biological parts increasing agricultural value. And imagine that these products are made and transported using renewable energy. Here we have a model that builds prosperity long term. And the good news is, there are already companies out there who are beginning to adopt this way of working. But the circular economy isn't about one manufacturer changing one product. It's about all the interconnecting companies that form our infrastructure and economy coming together. It's about energy. It's about rethinking the operating system itself. We have a fantastic opportunity to open new perspectives and new horizons. Instead of remaining trapped in the frustrations of the present, with creativity and innovation, we really can rethink and redesign our future.
Okay, if you see on the video, we can conclude maybe that for the circular energy, for the circular economy, we apply 5 principles: reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery, and repair. And we will take more the information about the circular economy in a moment by Dr. Himawan. But before I introduce you to the speaker, I would like to let me tell you how this presentation is going to be present. For the first, I will let Dr. Himawan to present a presentation for about 1 hour. It will be continue with the question and answering session, and finally with the conclusion. So let me tell you about the curriculum vitae of our speaker today. Okay, our second speaker for circular energy, circular economy is Himawan Tribayu Murti Petrus, Doctor of Engineering. He was graduated for bachelor degree in chemical engineering in Department of Universitas Gadjah Mada Yogyakarta and graduated in 2001, and then continue for the master degree in chemical engineering in the University of New South Wales. He was graduated in 2006 and then continued the doctoral program in the Department of Earth Resources Engineering in Kyushu University, Japan. He was graduated in 2012. His research interest is in mineral processing, energy conservation, hydrometallurgy, and environmental protection. Next, please. Here is some publication. I see here there is more than 90 international journal paper with AIDS index is 12 and citation 471 for the source of Scopus, with the total patent is 9. Wow. Total patentnya 9. And his work experience, he's ever be a staff in the Edenfo Research Fellowship in 2018 until 2019, and also he ever be work in Asian Science and Technology Fellowship in 2019 until 2020, and also ever be work in Asian Science Diplomat in 2020, Sustainable Mineral Processing, and also in UNDP Consultant for Minimizing Mercury in Indonesia related to the artificial mining activity in 2020. Next, please. And here is some papers. Actually, we only tell you only 4 papers, but actually, as you see previously, there is more than 90 international journal. For the first, it was about the characterization and mode of occurrence of rare earth element in yttrium in fly and bottom ash from coal-fired power plant in Java, Indonesia, and also about the leaching characteristic of lanthanum from a secondary research using inorganic and organic acid, and then about the green geopolymer cement with dry activator from geothermal sludge and sodium hydroxide, and also about the effect of operating condition on lithium recovery from synthetic geothermal brine using electrodialysis method. So that is the curriculum vitae of our speaker now. Okay, with all due respect, we will come to our great speaker for second session today, Dr. Himawantri Bayu Mutri Petrus. To Dr. Himawantri Bayu Mutri Petrus, you have 1 hour to speak. The time is yours.
Yep, thank you, Rahmawati. I think I'll take on less than 1 hour, and then I'll let the audience to have more discussion, because when we talk about circular economy, it won't be just a single perspective, it will be multidisciplinary perspective. So I will value discussion more rather than my presentation itself, because my presentation maybe it can trigger some ideas or anything for future. As the video, I do like the video. Who make the video? I do like the video. The conception is very, very comprehensive. So thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to start my presentation. Can you all have my presentation well?
Yes,
it's already on
I see
screen?
clear. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. I would like to share, actually, I will not talk about the circular economy as a knowledge, but I would like to share the experiences that we have in our research group. Actually, I belong to 2 research groups. One is the Sustainable Mineral Processing, belong to the Department of Chemical Engineering. We initiate the research group, and the other one is the Unconventional Bioresources Research Group. It's kind of research center, belong to Faculty of Engineering, and we have a different perspective. I'll show you later on. So when we talk about circular economy, I do believe that some of you will think of how paradoxal it is when we talk about sustainability and mineral processing. As you know, mineral processing will always have impact to the environment. And I do realize that start from the beginning when I have my passion into mineral processing, although I'm chemical engineers. So yes, let's dig a little bit more about circular economy, and that we do believe in our research group, it will be, and it should be the best solution for greenest approach in mineral processing. So sustainability in mineral processing can be at least realized partly using a circular economy conception. So applying circular economy, it will be impactful in making green technology and mineral processing. So as I mentioned previously, these are the group. So you need to know, because it's not only me, it will be the group. It's all the work that has been done, part of the group work. So I should acknowledge them not one by one, but at least you know the face. So we have 2 professors, one already retired, Prof. Imada Bendiasa. Now we have more members to join in chemical engineering department. In the faculty, actually, it will be we have more, so it won't be only 1 or 2 departments collaborate, but we have faculties, not only department, but faculties, because we are not only dealing with the primary ore in sustainable mineral processing. Usually our work dealing with primary ore, while in the unconventional, we are trying to find alternatives, and then comes up with the circular economy conception as that I will present to you all this afternoon. And this is it. So the objective is zero waste, actually the zero waste processing. That's the underline why we have the Unconventional Resource Research Group, because we would like to create zero-waste processing in mineral, not only in mineral processing, but in any geo-resource, because when we are talking about geo-resource, we are talking about energy as well. That's why you also will find some information related to geothermal later on, okay? And geothermal itself, actually, if we look deep into it, it will not be only energy source, but it can be also mineral source. And this is the schematic that we have in the unconventional resources. So when we are talking about technology, it is not only the alternative or the unconventional raw material, but we are also dealing with technique as well. So as the previous video mentioned, energy consumption is the most critical thing that we are going to propose when we would like to come up with new technology. So we also add not only energy, but also the environment. So we are not only talking about the most efficient technology, new technology, but whether the technology itself comply with the sustainability and it will less harmful to the environment. That is very important. That's why that's the thing that we would like to make an alternative. It is indeed difficult, although we start our work from 2013, yet still up to now, it's a growing, it's a developing process. So there will, we haven't got the final destination, because each time we have the final destination, there will be problem for us to solve. So it's quite challenging, especially for us researchers. It's quite challenging. So if you want to have a look the research result and then the project that we have, you can have a look in our website, the Unconventional Georesources Research Lab. Okay, now back to motives. If you have a look at the video, the previous video, the motive is quite broad, right, and quite comprehensive. But in our perspective, the motive itself, actually, it's a very simple motive at the beginning. So, as I mentioned previously before, that when we talk about circular economy, it is a never-ending story. So there will be problem later on. So initially, the motive is very simple. What is the motive? So this is the big picture that I would like to show you why circular economy come up into mind. Actually, it's because of, at the beginning, when we talk about the mineral processing engineers, so this will be the problem. Not only mineral processing, actually, when we are talking about any other source provided by this earth, this will be the problem. When the source doesn't meet the population. So when the demand, it's over the supply, then we need to think. Because there will be a problem. When we have such condition, then there will be problem. And this condition occur in any aspect of life. So we are not talking only mineral processing. We are not only talking about the organic resource. We are not talking about food resources as well, but anything. It can be anything. And the condition, this kind of condition occur in any aspect. So actually, this is the simple motive that we have. So back to mineral processing, this is it. This is the data. So if you have a look here, especially if you follow the most recent issue, because people try to eliminate the existence of carbon dioxide emission, then now people always talk about electric vehicle. And when we talk about electric vehicle, the most crucial part is the battery. And if we break down what is inside the battery, then we are going to have elements there. We are going to have nickel, we are going to have cobalt, we are going to have iron, It depends type of batteries that we are going to use, and we are going to have lithium. All of the elements needed to make the batteries, we are going to have these conditions in which demand, it will increase away beyond the supply based on primary resources. It will be troublesome at the end because there will be no balance. If we have the supply still higher than the demand, it will be just fine. The balance will be there. But the condition will be like this. And it is not far beyond this year. It will be just 5 years from now. It will be just 10 years from now. And it will be very, very close. So metal shortage, that's the motive. Very simple motive. The other element is rare earth element, because as you know, rare earth element is very crucial now at the moment, because the concentration on earth crust is very low. So that's why they are called rare earth element, because the concentration is very low, the extraction itself is very difficult to obtain, yet still the usage is very, very important. Have you heard about supermagnetic? You are going to have neodymium there. If you don't have neodymium, you won't get supermagnetic. If you have supermagnetic, means that you have a very powerful magnet, and you can have quite small stuff. Because when we are talking about technology, everything is getting smaller, right? At the beginning, computer, you have a very huge, very big computer. Now you have the laptop. Phone cell, you have a very big satellite phone. Now you have handphone. Very handy. And what you have in the utensils, like handphone, everything is advanced material. And in advanced material, you are going to have rare earth element. Similar thing when we talk about electric vehicles, because in electric vehicles, there are several aspects that we need to consider. Not only the battery, we need to consider the weight that must be handled by the vehicle itself. So we need to loosen up, or we need to decrease the weight, the total weight of the vehicle. That's the reason why we are going to have super alloy. We are going to have anything. And in those advanced materials, you can have a look in the upper left part. You got rare earth element there. And there is a gap in rare earth element. So from battery materials, from the rare earth element itself, there will be gap. And it's a huge gap that you need to comply. While, as we know, mineral is non-renewable. So at the end, when you have the resource, if you extract, if you exploit all the time, it will be gone. So that's the motive why we think of circular economy, why we think of having alternative resource and try to create the technology, the most efficient technology to extract the resource itself. So this is the depiction of the primary of the rare earth element. I could not show you everything. As you can see here, the amount in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the country with RE resources. If you can see there, the resources is not so huge, not so high. So it is limited when we talk about primary resources. And not to mention the environmental impact. So this will be the, at least when we talk about the management in mineral processing, indeed, we are going to have as what we call as remediation at the end, and then replanting the area with trees. Yet still, this will be the condition that we are going to have for several years. So we are going to have the topographical impact there. We are going to lose the plants. So in that sense, we need to rethink of how to get the element. If there is no option, yes, indeed, as a human to support the life. If there is no other option, maybe this can be. I mean, the mineral processing from primary ore can still be remaining. But yet, if the amount of the alternative source already available, huge enough for us to extract and to do the circular economy, why not that pathway can be the option so that we can eliminate the environmental impact. It will happen in any mineral processing source. Okay, so what are the alternative resources actually? And is this alternative source can be a circular economy conception? Let us have a look together. Okay, so this is one of the alternative when we talk about other resources. Some people they call it urban mines, some people they call it secondary resources. So the main thing is that this raw material comes from products that we have. It can be anything. And in the video you watch, right? There will be washing machine there will be mobile phone there will be television there. And we do agree that the more population we have, then this kind of resources, it will be linearly or equally or linear with the population, the amount of population. So as you can see in the left-hand upper side, China and United States, with the big population, they have more big population and high-tech people, they are going to have more urban mine or secondary resources.
Excuse me, Dr.
Talk only about quantity when we, yeah, yes.
Here I cannot search the other position or something.
Sorry?
I cannot hear your voice clearly.
Okay, I'll change the...
Could you please use the headset or something like that?
Maybe I'll change the internet connection, because sometimes the internet connection is not so good.
Okay.
Internet connection first. What about now? Is it clear now?
Yeah, it's excellent now.
Okay, good.
Imawan, yeah, please continue.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I'll redo what I've explained. So this is one of the alternatives. We call it as urban mine because these are products from human activities. It means that the more population we have in a country, then we are going to have more raw materials. Previously, we just wasted, we just dumped it, we just put it in a landfill. But now it can be raw material. Do we talk only about quantity when we talk about urban mine or secondary resources like this? No, actually not. It is not only the quantity, but it's also the quality. Because when we talk about concentration of element, inorganic element in this product, the concentration is higher, much higher rather than the concentration in primary source or from the stone, because usually we extract element from stone, valuable element from stone. The concentration is even higher, and the complexity is even simpler. It's simpler. It's not as complex as in our primary source. So we have two benefits when we are talking about urban mine extraction: the quantity, especially in Indonesia, because Indonesia we are one of our populated country in the world. So and the second one is the concentration, and concentration plus complexity. So it's less complex. It means to extract the element or the valuable element from urban mine or from secondary resources, we need less energy. Okay, so we have benefits, but the key is quantity, because quantity is very important. When we talk about mass production, then quantity will distinguish everything, whether the quantity is enough or not. Okay, and this is what I've mentioned previously. So I'm one of my expertise I mentioned about the energy conservation, because one of energy resources in Indonesia, I do believe in South Asia's countries like the Philippines, we have what as we call as geothermal. So geothermal actually is the heating water reservoir down there. It's heated up by the core, the heat core from this earth, and after that we utilize the enthalpy that possessed by the water in the reservoir as well as the pressure to generate steam. So when we get the water, that's what we call as geothermal brine, then we are going to extract the steam. Remember, the water down there is hot. When it is hot, then there will be possibility for valuable minerals contained in the rock, the surrounding rock, or in the reservoir, it will be dissolved. So the geothermal brine, it will be very site-specific. One area to another, it will be different. It may have valuable elements, different valuable elements. But as we know that silica is the most abundant element in the earth crust, so there will be silica there. And the silica, it will be precipitated once the geothermal brine loses its enthalpy. Because when temperature drops, then the solubility of silica, it will also decrease. We are going to have amorphous silica. As we know that when we have silica as a chemical product, everything made of silica sand, which is quartz, crystalline form of silica. To break up crystalline compound, it will require higher energy rather than amorphous. Amorphous will be easier for us to decompose and make to other chemical or to other differentiate products. Okay, so we have that source, not to mention any other sources that we have in geothermal brine, and it will be site-specific from one to another. And in Indonesia, we have the one of the biggest geothermal source. So again, back to the country, whether you have the resources or not. Take a look at the resources that you have. Maybe when we are talking about energy resources, when we are talking about food resources, then we could have something else. Because as you remember, in plant, you have also as what we call inorganic compound. Maybe we can utilize that. Maybe it can be part of the circular economy that we are going to create. And then the third part, because I only took the the biggest that we have in Indonesia. So the third part is coal fly ash. Yes, indeed, we need to. What I mean is that coal is one of the energy resource that provide carbon dioxide emission the highest. Yet still, at the moment, coal is the cheapest when we are talking about electricity generation. That's the reason why our president, Pak Jokowi, hasn't put coal elimination or stop the coal electric generation by this year. No, but we are going to eliminate the existence of coal electric generation, but gradually. So even at 2050, Indonesia makes energy, coal still in the percentage of 30%. But we are not talking about coal as energy unsafe only, but we are talking coal as a chemical product as well. So there will be gasification, there will be liquefaction of coal, and any other thing. So back to the electric generation, even in Australia, 77% of the electricity, they are using coal. So coal is still here in this world, okay? So when we burn the coal, we are going to have as what we call coal fly ash and bottom ash, with a fraction of 9:1 or 8:2. Usually, it's a very common. So coal fly ash, we are going to have more than bottom ash. Okay. Previously, people doesn't care about coal fly ash. We just put it in landfill. The amount, it's very huge. In a single power plant in Indonesia, just one power plant, they can produce 900 tons of fly ash each day. So if you accumulate, there will be more. 2019, it is 10 million tons of fly ash. And 2025, there will be nearly 100 million tons of fly ash. If we are not going to use that as a valuable product, then we are going to have amount of fly ash. Okay, so we need to have a look, and we need to take some information about fly ash, whether we can use that as a certain resource. And I'll show you later on what we are going to do, what we have done, and what we are going to develop further related to fly ash. But it can be the source. So having the fact about the motive as well as the alternative source, then circular economy comes up. When we talk about circular economy, then most important thing, no, actually it is not about most important thing. Everything is important there. So reduce environmental footprint, because if the elemental, just try to imagine if the environmental impact that we have from the primary source can be replaced by the urban mine, for example, not 100% replaced, but reduced by urban mine as a mineral, as a metal source, as an element source, then we can reduce the environmental impact. At least the topographical and as well as the plants will be there. It remains because we need the plant to live. Yeah, as a cycle. And then remember, in any process, what you need to think is the wealth, generate increased wealth. That's why in sustainable development, we don't talk about the environment as well. We talk about the economic there, we talk about technology. So there are several aspects that we need to consider. So when we talk about circular economy, similar to sustainable development, there will be multidisciplinary aspect, multidisciplinary collaboration. Okay, reduce resource on and dependency on the primary source. It should be eliminated, and then most important thing, minimize the waste. Try to minimize the waste, and there are options to do so. There are options to do so. Okay, so now we come to pathway to circular economy, and we call it as a total extraction as well, because the aim, the aim is that there will be no waste there in a process that we propose in any sequence or any commodity that we have in our research group. So these are several things that we are going to, we have been developing. Okay. In terms of technology, it's quite tricky. As far as alternative technology, aside from using inorganic acid, because as you know, when we are trying to extract minerals, one of the technology is hydrometallurgy. In hydrometallurgy, we are going to use chemical reagent. So, and most of the chemical reagent, because the strongest usually it's acid, the chemical usually acid or alkaline. As for acid, usually people using inorganic acid, because inorganic acid usually they are very strong acid. But we think of alternative. Inorganic acid, it's very difficult to decompose, and the consumption of the reagent itself is very huge. And we try to think of why not using organic acid, even though we are going to use a very huge amount of organic acid, yet still it will be easier for us to decompose the organic acid. And partly it will be, I mean, once we decompose, it will be part of the life cycle, okay? As well as the precipitation as well. So we don't talk about the leaching only, but we talk about all of the sequence. Try to have alternative based on organic acid. Yet still not industrial scale. It is still in lab scale. And the ultimate objective why we are using organic acid is that the application of bio leaching or bio in everything, because nature has provided everything. I mean, any decomposition, even in the complexity of minerals, some plants in bioremediation, they can kind of neutralizing the contamination on soil or in water. So nature provides, and we just have to take more. And one of important thing when we live in the Equator, in tropical countries, is that we have biodiversity. And that's a very, very important tools for us to scrutinize many aspects in bioleaching. And then we talk about the urban mine. One of the urban mine, and it's very, very, it's a very futuristic, because we haven't got the battery itself. It's at the beginning when we start the research, when we try to recycle lithium battery, we are not talking about regular battery. We are talking about lithium battery, because we in our research group, we would like to be ready when electric vehicle comes in our country, because in European country, they have already stated that electric vehicle, everything will be replaced using electric vehicle by 2030. In Indonesia, it will be partly 30% of the vehicles, passengers vehicles, not the big one. It will be replaced by electric vehicles. So we need to be ready with that. 2030, it's nearby. It's only 8 years ahead. So we try to get prepared with the technology to extract or to recycle valuable elements from the battery. We try to apply all the make sense technology to apply, assess the energy consumption with the aim that we got all the elements with high purity and high recovery. Luckily, we got good result, especially for lithium. For lithium, we can obtain lithium product with concentration higher than 95% and the recovery higher than 70%. For industrial scale, we have already fulfilled the requirement in terms of process. But still, it's the scale is still a small scale. So we already scale up into 1 kilogram per process. So it's no longer only using Erlenmeyer. We have the tool, and now this year we are going to assess whether the efficiency of the process will remain the same as what we've done or what we've got from the lab scale. So this is one of the option that we try to scrutinize related to urban mine. Not only battery. In battery, when we got doing the recycle, we got all the element. Physical separation, we got the element that we can get from physical separation, like copper seed, we can have that. And then from the cathode, we are going to have lithium, nickel, and cobalt, depends on types of the batteries. And we also have, because our concern is on the battery material as well as rare earth element, because those materials will be will have high demand in the future related to the existence of the production of electric vehicles. So we concentrate on that. And one of the alternatives that we've got is the spent catalyst from petroleum industry, actually. And from how to say that? I will not say it's a production, but there is in the petroleum industry, the catalyst, I mean, the life cycle of the catalyst, it's quite short. So in a day, we can have 15 tons per day per plant in a petroleum industry. And the catalyst itself, it contains nickel, and then there will be lanthanum, which is rare earth element needed for battery. Lanthanum also, some part of the battery they are going to mix with lanthanum. And then there will be silica and alumina as a support. So in this catalyst, we are going to have silica, alumina as support, and then we have nickel and we have lanthanum. And we try to create, again, luckily using organic acid with low concentration. We have one patent for that. And as well as organic compound to precipitate the lanthanum and nickel from the spent catalyst, and we can have high recovery and high purity. Okay, so it's quite mind challenging. And then as for the silica alumina, we have the support. We can turn that into material construction. And if you follow the development of material construction, there will be as what we call geopolymer. So when geopolymer, it will have a final characteristic, physical characteristic similar to cement, but cement is based on silica and calcium. So calcium silicate, that is cement. But in geopolymer, the structure is aluminosilicate. So it's alumina and silica. Cement is different. Cement is calcium and silica. Physical characteristic will be about the same. Even some, when we have a very good quality of silica and alumina source, we can exceed the physical characteristic of cement when we make a concrete. Physical characteristic mean compressive strength. The compressive strength can be so high. As for geopolymer, it can be up to 70 megapascal MPa. Or if we say 70 MPa, it will be equal to 700 K. Okay, so that's the symbolization in civil engineering. 700, 660 concrete. Okay, so 700 means 70 MPa. 300 means 30 MPa. So geopolymer, it can exceed to 70 or some 80. So physical characteristic, it's very good, comparable with cement. And then chemical, even it exceeds cement. Because when we have aluminosilicate, it can withstand any extreme condition. So when you have a building in near the sea, for example, so the material construction will interact with the brine in the form of liquid or in the form of vapor, then it will not be corroded, the material construction, when you are using geopolymer, because it is based on aluminosilica, not based on calcium silicate. If we scrutinize the information, when we talk about pyramid, so so the initial geopolymer technology found from pyramid. So expert learned from pyramid, then they got the conception of geopolymer as material construction. So cement catalyst, zero waste. Recycled battery, we can get everything. Okay, so this approach also applied into geothermal resource. So this is part at where I would like to convey, because I do believe people will get confused because my expertise is on mineral processing, but I also mentioned about the energy conservation. So this is one of the research topic that we are dealing with in our research group. So we look at geothermal not as energy resource only, but we look at geothermal beyond energy. Because in geothermal, we have precious element. We have lithium in Indonesia, especially. So the concentration of lithium, the highest we found in one of geothermal plant in Wonosobo. Wonosobo lies in the central Java. We have in accumulated lithium accumulated in geothermal brine as high as 50. Average value is 50 ppm. In the sea, in China, they extract lithium from seawater, and the concentration of lithium in seawater usually lies in the 0.17 ppm. So the concentration is way higher, almost 100 times higher, even more, rather than in seawater, in geothermal. In Salton Sea in the United States, the lithium concentration in Salton Sea even up to 200 ppm. So even higher. Okay, so it depends on the rock, composition of the rock, at where the reservoir lies, as well as the water formation get into the reservoir, the pathway. So it will accumulate different precious elements. In Indonesia, we have lithium, we have silica. Silica will be common in any geothermal source. You are going to have silica, because if you have hot or spring or hot water, natural hot water, you are going to have a white powder precipitation on the side, usually side of the pool, that is silica. Okay, and then you have even higher concentration in Indonesia. Again, I mentioned Indonesia for kalium and boron. Kalium, it can rise to 1,000 to 3,000 ppm, much higher than kalium in seawater. And then you have also boron in the range of 300 to 500 ppm. So we have there the element. We don't have to dig the stone. We don't have to change the topographical, but we have the source in geothermal as energy. While if we don't look the minerals, the mineral itself provide problem. So it will come up as a problem in geothermal. Because once the energy transferred into the steam, the temperature will drop of the geothermal brine, because usually the ratio of steam and the liquid, it will be 30-70 or 40% to 60%. So we are going to have for two-phase flow, two-phase geothermal brine. So we are going to have the liquid with a lower temperature. Then you have scale. This is the problem. So extracting the mineral from geothermal brine, it means that you are also, at the same time, make the geothermal plant sustainable in terms of process. Because in Indonesia, it's quite severe. So only in 6 months, you are going to have this thick of scale. So only 40% left of the pipe diameter will be there for you to transport the liquid, the geothermal brine. So it will be problem, because you are going to lose the efficiency as well, losing the diameter of the pipe. So extracting the element, it will minimize the propensity for scaling to happen. And then you can utilize once you extract the element. And as for the utilization, we, as a mineral processing researchers, we don't look at that. We just make the precursor. So we make the lithium as a precipitate, we make the silica, and we make the kalium as well as boron as a precipitate. Then collaboration is very important. These are, if you have a look, we have several products here, as well as you can have in our publication, because we have collaboration. So circular economy, it will provide a moment for us to collaborate. And maybe this will be the last examples of research activities that we have related to coal fly ash. So if you have a look, actually in the coal fly ash, we are going to have many valuable elements or compounds. REE, yes, we do have that. We've done the characterization in several coal in Indonesia. Even some we can accumulate REE in the fly ash in the value of 2,000 ppm. Actually, depends on the ash content of the coal. If we have average value of 10%, then in the coal we have 200 ppm of REE. So when we burn the coal with assumption of ash content of 10%, we are going to have 2,000 REE in the fly ash, huge amount of REE, even in comparison to primary source. Aside from that, in the coal fly ash, we have a very beneficial material as what we call cenosphere. So we call it cenosphere because it's cenos, it's round, it's like a ball, but inside the ball, there is an air trapped into it. So you can imagine what will be the end product. We are going to have material with density lower than water. because we have air trapped inside the materials. And the outer structure of the sinosphere, it is aluminosilicate. So it's a very strong structure. And then they have a chemical resistance. Aluminosilicate, it's a very resistant material. That's why we are using aluminosilicate in almost everything. Okay, so sinosphere, we have that. And usually we use a sinosphere for lightweight materials. And the highest lens is on the mud. When you usually when you want to extract oil or maybe geothermal, you have to do the drilling, right? So when you do the drilling, usually you are going to have mud into the drilling system. And in order to make everything is easier, you need to decrease the density of the mud. In order to decrease the density of the mud, you are going to use sinosphere in the drilling system. So mix the mud with sinosphere so that the density of the mud will be lower rather than before mixing the sinosphere, and it will ease the process. Okay, and then the last, because the composition of fly ash mostly based on alumina and silica. Then once we extract sinosphere and then we extract the valuable element, because the valuable element actually it's not RE only, but we at the moment we concentrate on RE, but some part of coal Indonesia we have tungsten accumulation as well, a very high concentration of tungsten accumulation. Even in China, they produce germanium from coal. So the electricity is the side product. The main thing is germanium extraction. So that's the thing that we need to think of, so that total extraction, at the end, it will be able to minimize the waste. And back to the material construction, which is geopolymer. Actually, geopolymer has also one function, not only as a material construction, but also it can pacify the heavy metals. So when you have, actually not heavy metals, but everything can be pacified into the geopolymer, because one of our students now join the Sato Sensei in Hokkaido University, and the project is on application of geopolymer as a nuclear tank. So once you use nuclear material and you want to waste it, and the research is to apply geopolymer to pacify nuclear material. So it's quite interesting how aluminosilicate can resolve many problems. So at the end, this will be the depiction of. This is only one example when we concentrate on RE as a commodity. So when we talk about RE as commodity, we can have many other resources, and we can put it there as a circle. Because at the end it will be a looping. Of course, we are going to need the primary resources. Still, we cannot eliminate that. We cannot stop that. We are going to have a primary source, but we can minimize the amount or the capacity or the exploitation that we have conducted once we apply the circular economy. That is the final objective that we are going to achieve at the end, hopefully. And this is last very important thing, which is economic benefit. So, and it is not only applied to circular economy, it is applied to anything. So when you are going to create any technology, or when you are going to create any alternative product, then you have to do economic benefit assessment, techno-economy analysis. And when we have a zero-waste approach, when we have, because the left-hand side, this is the approach that we have in research scale at the moment, but the right-hand side, it has been conducted, I think it is conducted by United States, and they have already entered the phase 2. And if we have a look, then the approach is about the same. So extracting everything, and then at the end, you're going to have the residue, and the residue still contain huge amount of silica alumina, and you are going to use it as material construction. So there will be no waste. That approach actually can be beneficial in terms of the techno-economy analysis. Don't look at the rest, but look at this. Because we are usually, when we talk about coal fly ash, it is as an alternative for us at the moment to extract the rare earth element. So at the beginning, the threshold limit concentration is 500 ppm. So when you have less than 500, actually, the initial publication by researchers from China, it said 1,000 ppm. So 1,000 is the threshold limit. So at least you need to have 1,000 ppm in the rare earth element concentration in fly ash, then you can feasibly extract the rare earth element. But now, because of the comprehensive approach, it's decreasing to 500. So if you have 500, it's okay, bigger than that. And if you do all the approach, I mean, all the extraction, everything will become a product, xenosphere, valuable element, and then the material construction, even lower, because all will provide economic benefit and lower RE concentration, and the fly ash, it can be extracted. So when you have, as what we call bad quality of raw material, which is lower RE concentration, it won't be a matter. Yet still, the value is still in the 300. So at the end, when you apply total extraction or circular economy, then the boundary, the threshold limit of your process to be implemented, it will change. Because everything will support each other that you have. And this is the most important thing. Once you read something, means that you're going to have a problem. It is indeed true. So our research is on RE fly ash, from coal fly ash. That means that, although we don't claim that, we are happy to have coal burning system as an electricity plant. Not happy, but accept, because we can then have raw material for the technology that we create. Okay? When we accept the existence of coal combustion system, then we need to think of the carbon dioxide emission. And that's what we are doing now. So we have the mini plant. It's a fluidized bed coal combustion system. The objective is producing a good quality of fly ash and bottom ash for comprehensive utilization, as you have seen before in the slide before, yet still maintaining the burning efficiency. So high quality of fly ash efficiency is still okay, and we can run the experiment. We have the carbon dioxide here. So if you can have a look at in the video, it's a black mess there. So we have a challenge. The beginning, this is the objective. Then we act on, because we have the problem of carbon dioxide and we need to solve that. So we have carbon dioxide capture, research and development. What we are using, we use fly ash to capture. Because in the lab, we have the fact that when we use silica, actually, so the efficiency capturing, it can exceed 100% from the existing technology using solvent, using amine as a solvent. So it's quite interesting, something like that. So we produce something, but we use that thing to solve the problem. It is indeed a circle. So I will not conclude my presentation because in my humble opinion, circular economy, it will be an open-minded research. Then what you need to have is an action plan in any aspect of your expertise. You can apply circular economy. So in the action plan, the most important thing is do something. It will be nothing if you just think. Do not think, do. Of course, you have to think, and I do believe that you have a very good thinking structure because you've been in the universities, right? So thinking, I will not doubt that. What I doubt is that whether we are going to do. So thank you very much. That will be the end of my presentation. And I would like to acknowledge our collaborators because we cannot have the result what we've got now without collaboration with many institutions. Okay, thank you very much. And hopefully in the future there will be cross-road where we can collaborate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Himawan, for a very nice presentation. Actually, we are going to the Q&A, question and answering session. But before we go to the Q&A session, the committee has prepared a video. So Dr. Himawan can take a breath and we can get some water while we are watching the video. So please enjoy the video.
I think to stop. I have to stop.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
By 2025, the World Bank estimates that humans will produce 1 trillion pounds of trash every year in urban areas alone. That's roughly 1/36 of the entire biomass of the Earth, and an unbelievable portion of it will likely end up in landfills, floating in a giant garbage patch in the ocean, or just littering the streets. But in the past few decades, countries and NGOs around the world have set out to prevent this bleak, trashy future by essentially inventing a new economic principle to eliminate trash altogether. So, could we really create a zero-waste future? Well, in an earlier video, we touched on Sweden buying neighboring countries' trash. Some nations, like Norway, find it cheaper to ship their refuse to Sweden instead of paying a landfill tax back home. In turn, Sweden uses that trash in special factories that turn it into electricity, thereby reusing it for their energy needs. So that's one way to make or save money using the more than $400 billion global waste market. But that mostly just covers burning or destroying trash to use for energy. And in most cases of trash shipping, it still is dumped in a landfill. One study in the United States showed that 3/4 of trash is recyclable, and that's money that's literally being thrown away. The real financial opportunity is in a form of recycling called a circular economy. This economic principle came about in a 1990 paper by British environmental economists, who realized that the current economy provides no real incentive to recycle, and nearly all products are built to eventually be thrown away. A circular economy doesn't just encourage environmental conservation, it's a forward-thinking plan to engineer and design products to produce the least amount of trash possible. For example, modern smartphones are very expensive and full of rare minerals, high-tech electronics, and fairly durable parts. But most phones are simply thrown away, when instead, a circular economy would provide a market where those phones are easily disassembled, working parts are swapped out, and instead of manufacturing brand new units, new phone models could incorporate old phones in the manufacturing process. The viability of the system can already be seen in China, where entire towns base their economies on sorting through electronic waste to save reusable parts. In 2015, the European Union adopted a new circular economy package designed to encourage the system by funding implementation efforts as well as setting up regulations on waste that incentivize recycling programs. The idea is to close the loop from the end of a product's life cycle to the creation of a new product. In doing so, the EU hopes to maximize the amount of energy that's extractable from raw materials and contribute to their sustainability goals by 2020. With an initial investment of €5.5 billion for waste management alone, the project is a huge step towards a trash-free Europe. But it isn't just governments working to shore up their waste. Over the last 10 years, commodities have effectively tripled in cost, pushing companies to look into implementing circular economies within their own production lines as a financial measure. The French motor vehicle company, Renault, is one of the leading proponents of a circular economy, with some cars made to be 90% recyclable and with most cars being made from 30% recycled parts. Renault estimates that a circular economy, just in European manufacturing alone, could be worth as much as $630 billion. As trash continues to flood every corner of the world, it's only a matter of time before it starts affecting our day-to-day lives, with some countries like China and India already feeling the ill effects. A circular economy provides not only the financial incentive to recycle, but also tackles one of the most important environmental issues of the modern era. The Japanese town of Kamikatsu is a model of reducing waste, as it composts, reuses, or recycles up to 80% of its trash. Learn more about this town that's leading the way towards a zero-waste world in this video.
In this small Japanese town, residents take the concept
Okay, that's the video from us. So hopefully Dr. Himawan has quiet time to take some water.
Thank you.
Before facing the question from the participant. So it's time for question and answering session. So we invite all participants, if you have any question regarding this presentation from Dr. Himawan, you can write in the AHA slide, or if you want to talk directly to Dr. Himawan, you can raise your hand and open your microphone. So here I see that there is several questions from participant in the AHA slide. Maybe we can go to the AHA slide first, if there is no participant wants to talk directly to Dr. Himawan. So the first question is from Anonymous. The question is, considering that Indonesia have a lot of volcanoes, why isn't there is a lot of geothermal power plants in Indonesia?
Okay, so I would like to answer one by one, I think, Rahmawati.
Yeah, okay.
If I forget, because I think the question is different from one to another. Okay, why in Indonesia? That's right, because Indonesia it's only 1/3. 12.5% of the geothermal resource has been exploited. So it means in comparison to the Philippines, because in the Philippines it's 90% of the geothermal resources has been exploited as an electricity, not Indonesia. It is not because of the technology, but at the beginning, but now we don't have the problem. At the beginning, the problem is based on the regulation. So we have a regulation problem. At the beginning, geothermal exploitation is equally to mineral or mining regulation. So it's just the same. Mining and geothermal, it is the same. That while most of the geothermal source lies in the forest. So we could not exploit the geothermal source that we have at the moment, previously. I mean, before the new regulation, we could not do that because it's a protected forest. So we could not exploit, we could not build anything there. But now, we have already changed. In Indonesia, there is a shifted regulation specifically on geothermal. So it is excluded now from mining regulation. So it is not the same. Hopefully, because as in one of my slides, I showed that there will be increasing target for 2025 and 2050 for Indonesia mixed energy, and geothermal will be one of it. Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is actually at the beginning of the regulation, but now,
Yep. But now we don't have that.
We have a new regulation.
There will
Yeah.
be massive.
Okay, okay. So we can move to the next question. Considering the growing population, the demand of non-renewable resources is also increasing. Now, how can we mitigate the use of non-renewable resources? How could the circular economy aid this?
How can we mitigate? It's a very difficult thing to answer because back to our value actually. Whether we are still human with desire and greediness, high level of greediness or not. Because most of the time we want what we need, we don't need, how to say that? We desire something, we don't want something what we need. We want something what we desire of. That's the problem. So there will be no enough as enough. And that's a very, I think it's a humanity struggle. And it's a very, it's a humanity problem. So we need to back to that value when we talk about the increasing demand. Whether we can eliminate the need of non-renewable? No, we can't. I think we can make we can eliminate the need of non-renewable. What we can do is that decreasing. That's why circular economy is very important, because previously, if we make the mass balance actually, then there will be a time that inorganic waste from urban mine, it can self-fulfill the need of non-renewable itself. Just like what the video has been shown you before, it's quite interesting. So people try to recycle, and after that, not only end up in recycle, they are reuse it to produce exactly the same thing. For example, they are extracting iron from the car, then they make car from the iron that they extract from the car. So if we make the mass balance, actually it will be about the same. So the need of non-renewable, if we can make the circular economy ideally, ideally we can make circular economy, then we can reduce the need of non-renewable resource, extracting non-renewable resource to the level of 60%, we can reduce that. Because of course there will be as what we call as loss in the process. That's why in the lab, usually we are aiming only for 70% or 80% recovery. it is impossible for us to have 100% recovery. So there will be loss there, but at least we do the recycling and minimizing the exploitation of non-renewable. That's what we can do. We could not diminish the exploitation of non-renewable, but we can reduce up to maybe exactly the same as the efficiency of the recovery itself. So ideally, we can reduce up to 70% or 80%. That's what I can say. So circular economy is very important.
So it was difficult if we don't use non-renewable, but we only can decrease the number of non-renewable energy for about 70 until 80%. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, before I go to the AHA slide, I would like to invite again to the all participants. If you want to ask directly to Dr. Himawan, please kindly raise your hand and open your microphone. So you can ask directly to Dr. Himawan. No one's. So we go to the AHA slide again. Okay, the next question is, among many rare earth elements, which element do you think the worthiest element to be extracted from secondary resources?
Actually, rare earth element classified as critical, and then based on the abundancy and need. And if the rare earth element classified in a critical, then I think that's the thing. Actually, again, time by time it will change. I do believe that minerals it will change. Initial as for the real example, because when we talk about rare earth element, it will be difficult. But the real example is lithium iron battery. So for the lithium battery, initially it's cobalt. So lithium, cobalt, alumina, LCA. But now people try to change cobalt. Why? Because cobalt, world cobalt resources, the biggest is in South Africa. And it's not stable there. So people try to eliminate cobalt. Initially, cobalt is the price is very high. That's why people say that blue is gold, because the color of cobalt is blue, but the price is very high. Now shifted because of that problem, then it is shifted into nickel. We still use cobalt, but the composition of cobalt is only 1. So 1 for cobalt, 8 for nickel, and 1 for lithium. So the fraction is the ratio is 1:8:1. So nickel already replaced cobalt. Then nickel price will be higher. So when you ask me about the worthiest, it's difficult because it may shift time to time. So it depends on the availability and the demand. Okay, supply and demand. So when we talk about the worthiest, and it will change time by time, it will change.
Okay, if you talk about this, we can say that which one is the worthiest, because it will be shift time by time, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the question. So we go to the next question. I'm not exactly well versed in this, but why do REEs so valuable? Is it problem of supply or demands?
Yep, true. It is a problem of supply and demands. Demands is increasing because all advanced material needs REE. Supermagnetic, they need neodymium. But the supply is a very, very limited. At the moment, only China produces REE the highest. Almost 90% of the supply is occupied by China. Okay, so kind of they are regulating the price because they have the 90% of REE supply. So supply and demand, yes, that's the answer. That's why it is valuable.
Okay, it's quite amazing. 90% supply RE supplied by China. Yeah.
Yep. That's why each country who has RE, you have to do something.
Okay. The next question is, which one is more promising for Indonesia, geothermal or solar, or the other clean sustainable energy source?
Solar it's quite intrigued because solar you need good topography. So not in every place you can install solar with high efficiency. Okay. And the other, unless you can install solar panel, and unless you can how to say that, you can manage the way you build the houses or the buildings in a certain pattern, so that you have a huge efficiency of solar absorption, solar energy absorption. In Indonesia, there is no pattern in housing roof, so it's a scatter. So even when you put, maybe you can say that you can put the solar panel on the roof. Even if you say that, because of the no pattern of the roof, you got no high efficiency. So it will be difficult for you to accumulate the solar energy. Although the solar coverage, solar energy coverage in tropical countries, it will be the best, right? Because the existence of noon time, it will be half from the night time. While in geothermal, you have the enthalpy already. Okay, so you can predict the enthalpy, and then you can extract the enthalpy using a certain technology. So in my humble opinion, then geothermal will be a promising energy source in Indonesia. Likewise, Japan or the Philippines. Because the Philippines occupancy on geothermal as electricity, it is 90% from the geothermal source in the Philippines. So it depends on it. New Zealand, for example, New Zealand also rely on geothermal. So yeah, again, it depends on how you well manage if you are going to go into solar. It depends on how you manage the many things, the housing, the buildings. Because if you don't do that, you need to have a certain land occupancy, and the land occupancy is quite huge in solar panel. Although there is also possibility for you to put solar panel in the lake, for example, or on the water surface. Yet still there will be some occupancy that you need to provide. Whether you can provide that or not, that will be the question. While in geothermal, you have already got the resource as an enthalpy resource that you can extract. So the technology itself, it's already well established. So in terms of possible high energy extraction, geothermal might be the best for Indonesia.
Okay, so geothermal is the best promising for Indonesia.
In my humble opinion.
Okay, but it depends on how we manage many things, right? Okay, I'm very happy there is someone raise hand. If I see there is Ridu Satria. Hello, Ridu Satria. Hello, Ridu Satria. Do you want to ask directly to Dr. Himawan? Maybe you can open your mic. Yes, please. Okay, please open your mic. So
hello,
you can
can
talk
you hear my
directly.
voice?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. It's very clear, Satria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satria, and I'm from the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. I would like to ask a question for Dr. Himawan. Dr. Himawan, what if we treat fly ash from coal, which contains thorium and uranium, under the same laws as nuclear waste? How much will concrete cost increase? I think that's all.
Okay, thank you for the question. Luckily, fortunately, we look at the concentration of thorium and uranium in the fly ash that we use as a sample in our research, as well as in several coals that we observe for the RE source. And in Indonesia, the existence of nuclear material like thorium and uranium is still under the threshold limit, even in the fly ash. When they are accumulated in the fly ash, it's still under the threshold limit. I forget the number, but it is still below the threshold limit. So as for Indonesia, if we have fly ash from Indonesian coal, then it will be okay. And moreover, when we use that as geopolymer, then there will be possibility for those nuclear material will be pacified into the geopolymer formation.
Okay.
We haven't done the research on that, the classification on nuclear material, because but we think of that. That's why we send our student under Sato Sensei, Sutomu Sato Sensei in Hokkaido University, because he's doing the research.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Himawan. How about Satria? Is it quite clear, the answer from Dr. Himawan, or do you have still any question? You still mute, Satria? Hello, Satria? Okay, I think it's quite clear, Dr. Himawan. Thank you very much for the nice answer for Satria. So we move to the AHA slide again. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Himawan. I was wondering, is the idea of zero waste is really possible in practice, or is it just an idealism?
Actually, not in everything, but in a certain commodity, like spent catalyst, for example, at which the residue we have is aluminosilicate, it is possible to have zero waste, because all the residue we can make as a material construction, similar to fly ash. So when we extract the valuable compound, xenosphere, and then the RE, for example, or the tungsten, at the end we are going to have residue. The residue contains silica alumina, and then after that we make that as material construction. For developing countries, because we are still building the infrastructure, it is possible to have that. For developed countries, I'm not sure, because again, everything is in balance, right? We can make everything as material construction, but do we need that? What about the demand? If there is no demand, then zero waste could not be realized. So again, it depends on the demand. In Indonesia, because we are still building infrastructure, then there is possibility for us to create zero waste in a certain commodity, in a certain product, in a certain raw material source, secondary raw material source.
So it's not just an idealism, right? But
still,
yeah,
it is a hope still, because we are still struggling. But I have optimism on that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I hope the answer is enough Okay, we go to the next question from the participant in AHA slide. That was very interesting. I have a question. Can you please explain how the mini plants can increase coal burning efficiency?
That is a very good, the very good and very technical question. So in the mini plant that we are building, we just downscale the fluidized bed coal burning system. So we have all the operating parameters there, the airflow, and then the fuel flow as well. So we can play with those parameters. So we have the instruments to manipulate the operating parameters. That's the reason why we can actually not increase. We do hope to increase the coal burning efficiency, yet still we have a good quality of fly ash and bottom ash. That's what the main objective. But usually it is compromise. It will be a compromise system. So if we want to have a good quality of fly ash and bottom ash, then the efficiency will be in a certain level. So we could not have the highest, because if we have the highest efficiency, then maybe it will change the design of the instrument as well. So we are not changing anything. We're just playing with the operating condition in the power plant.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Himawan. So I invite all the participants, if you have any question regarding this material to Dr. Himawan directly, please kindly raise your hand. We are very waiting for you to raise your hand and talk directly to Dr. Himawan. No one? Okay.
Yep.
Maybe we go again to the AHA slide.
Okay. Yep. Please.
Okay, there is 2 questions left. Do you think that recycling the precious metal like gold, silver, and platinum is far more beneficial than recycling REE?
Yep. Actually, I did that. But the problem is that when we recycle gold, silver, etc. from urban mine, the reaction is quite dangerous. Like gold, for example, gold or silver, for example. Yet still, if we want to get close to mass production, usually we are going to just optimize the operating condition and use the existing technology. And as for the existing technology for gold and silver, we are going to use a cyanide. Especially for gold, we are going to use cyanide. And cyanide is a very harmful chemicals. And we don't have the infrastructure in our lab to conduct harmful experiments. I think that's the reason. But if you have the facilities and at the end you can make that as mass production, I think indeed through precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, it will be a promising extraction in terms of a circular economy of precious metal or of metals. Okay, then I did try to not using cyanide when we have a gold sample. The problem is that the alternative is thiourea, although thiourea is still much more expensive rather than cyanide. Problem occurred because in Indonesia, we could not, only a certain institution can have or can buy thiourea, because thiourea, you can make that as a bomb. So to buy that chemicals, there will be a lot of requirements. Then I give up. So it depends whether the system that you have in your country available or not for research that you are going to conduct. Indeed, we think of that. We have platinum spent catalyst platinum source. We have urban mine from the IC from the motherboard. We have that to extract the gold. Yet still, because of those kind of problematic, then we did not continue the research. But if you have the facilities and you have the investors, it will be much more interesting for gold and platinum extraction.
So actually it is more beneficial, but the problem is quite dangerous and depend on what system we have. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is the last question in AHA slide. Can you suggest us the most efficient method or materials that could extract REE?
How could you say that? Again, you can scrutinize our publication. You can scrutinize that, but as a broad overview is that each raw material has a certain characteristic. So the technology, it will be also different. The most efficient technology, it will be also different. So for example, if we have RE from fly ash, the way we extract, it will different from RE from a primary source, from monazite, or RE from spent catalyst, for example. Because RE for spent catalyst, as I mentioned previously, using low concentration of organic acid, we can have 100% of recovery, even 100% of recovery. And we can precipitate easily. But when we have RE and coal fly ash, because in the coal fly ash, it will be about the same. Silica alumina in spent catalyst domination composition is silica alumina. In coal fly ash also, the domination composition is silica and alumina, but the mineralogy is different. In coal fly ash, we have as what we call amorphous silica. Not everything is crystalline, while in spent catalyst, the aluminosilica is in the crystalline form. So when we try to apply exactly the same method in coal fly ash, we are going to have not only the REE, we are going to have the easy elements to extract. Because amorphous amorphous compound, usually it will break up easily, although you have a low concentration of extractant. So in that case, then it won't be effective. Because you have many, not only the RE, you got many elements there that you need to think to be separated. Different case in spent catalyst. Very easy to extract the lanthanum. There is no complication to extract the lanthanum at all. So it will be site specific.
Yeah, it's really specific for this question. We cannot generate all because all material has their own characteristics. So we cannot say that this one is more or is the most good method or material. So we have to see the material characteristic and the other, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The question of in the AHA slide, we have answered all. But before I close this question and answering session, I would like to invite again to the all participants. Maybe if you have any question regarding about the circular economy delivered by Dr. Himawan, you can raise your hand and open your microphone. Is there any question or you want to contact privately with Dr. Himawan?
Oh yes, please do, because we do open up any collaboration in the future, because as I mentioned previously, as a mineral processing engineer, so we end up into the precursor only. So if you would like to use the precursor we have, okay, for example, lithium carbonate, and then we have nickel carbonate or nickel oxide, and then we have the lanthanum oxide or lanthanum carbonate. If you want to use to make materials, for example, or to make something, we can collaborate.
Oh, it's very nice. So thank you very much, Dr. Himawan. So I will give your contact by email. Maybe if there is participant who wants to talk or discuss with you, thank you very much. So I think this is the end of this session for your presentation. Okay, thank you very much. We are very thankful because you have accepting our invitation as the speaker in our third virtual summer school. This is a certificate we deliver to you, to Himawan Tribayu Murti Petrus, as invited speaker in Green Sustainable Chemistry for a Better Future. Thank you very much, Dr. Himawan. Hopefully you can accept this certificate from us. Thank you very much. And for the closing, maybe do you have, and maybe you have a closing statement to us or to the committee, maybe?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we've conducted, what we've conducting in our research group. And as I mentioned previously, when we talk about circular economy, we could not do that alone. We need collaboration, because there will be not only one important aspect there in circular economy, but it will be mingled one aspect to another. So it is also a moment for us to collaborate, not only to rebuild our future, but also to collaborate, because collaboration is very important to create a circular economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And also there is Dr. Fitri Hoirunisa. Maybe Dr. Fitri Hoirunisa, the chairman of chemistry department, chemistry program. Do you want to want to say to Dr. Himawan?
Yeah, thank you, Putri, for the time, and very good afternoon, Prof. Himawan. I really enjoy your lectures. Yeah, then from the beginning, even though I closed my video, but this topic, is really meet to our requirement, yeah, to deliver the issues, the understanding, and also, I guess, the awareness, yeah, for our participants, how all of us can take, the actions due to the sustainable development goal, yeah, especially on the topic that you delivered today. So I do believe it will be very beneficial for us, yeah, especially for the participants, because the target of this program is we would like to facilitate our students and also the participant from other university as well as from abroad to have the same spirit, yeah, the same actions, how we can contribute our idea, our actions to the sustainable development goal. Again, on behalf of the chemistry department, I would like to sincerely thanks for your great contributions on our summer schools program, and all of your excellent and attractive talk is much appreciated. Thank you so much, Prof. Himawan, and hopefully we can meet you again in other occasions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fitri Hoirunisa, the chief of our virtual summer school and also the chairman of chemistry program in Department of Chemistry Education. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us for taking photo. So I need a help from the committee. Maybe Bapak Hafiz can help us to take the photo. If you don't have any trouble, could you please to open your video so we can see all?
All right. Okay, everyone. Please open your camera. All right, that's right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that should be enough for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Hafiz, for taking the photo. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Himawantri Bayumurti Petrus, for very nice presentation to us. We are very happy for having you here. As I heard from the committee, you have the other agenda. Maybe if you have the other agenda, we are welcoming for you if you want to leave from this virtual summer school. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yep,
Himawan.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Prof. Himawan. Yeah, wish
Sorry,
you a
yep.
good day. Yeah,
Yeah,
bye-bye.
you too, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay, that's all for this session. Question, yeah, quizzes. So this is the time for us for quizzes. The link of the quizzes you can see on the Zoom chat. You can see the link and press the link for the quiz. Okay, there is 23 participants has joined with the quiz. Still in Greece, we are waiting for about 45 participants. (26) Sinta, Dita, Rizky, Anis. With 33 participants, we are still waiting for about 45 participants. And then we're going to start the quiz. 35. (35 participants, still 35, no, 33, 32, 33. So everyone who hasn't joined with the quiz, the link of the quiz you can see on the Zoom chat. Thank you for the love, Abdul Wahid. 35. Maybe we will start in 1 minute. Still 34 participants. Okay, maybe I will counting for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us start the quiz. Okay, question 1 of 8. This list below are the secondary resources to get recycled material except A. Mobile phones, B. Batteries, C. New catalysts, D. Electronic waste. You have 20 seconds to answer this question. Three, two, one. Time is up. Let's see. The right answer is new catalyst. Okay, let's see. The leaderboard is Aslan Irunsa. Question number 2 of 8. What is the main element that contained in the car sensor component? A. Neodymium, B. lanthanum, C. deuterium, D. dysprosium. Three, two, one. The answer is yttrium. And C, the leaderboard is okay. Priya is the leaderboard for now. Secondly is Siti. So let's move to the question number 3. The following are purification method in battery recycle except A. Selective precipitation and sedimentation, B. Electrodialysis, C. Selective adsorption, or D. Bioleaching. One time is up. The right answer is bioleaching. So we can see the leaderboard is still Priya. And the second is Ilham Dwi. So move to the question number 4 of 8. The question is, the following are the application of recovered amorphous silica except A. Material construction, B. Biomaterial, C. Food, D. Fertilizer. 25 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. The right answer is food. The leaderboard is still Priya. And the second is Ilham Dwi. So let's move to the question number 5 of 8. The question is, what is the element contained mostly in the supermagnetic material? A. Neodymium, B. Cerium, C. Molybdenum, or D. Zirconium. Time is up. So the right answer is neodymium. Let's see who is the leaderboard now. Still Priya. And then Ainun for the second and third is Shiafira. Let's move to the question number 6 of 8. The question is, 3 steps for recycling battery are listed below except A. Mechanical aspiration, B. Reuse the element, C. Leaching, or D. Purification. Time is up. The right answer is reuse the element. So let's see who is the leaderboard. Still Priya, and then Syafira, and then Huang An. Oh, Huang An. Let's move for question number 7 of 8. The question is, what is the secondary material produced from coal use? A. Aluminate silicate. B. Coal fly ash. C. Silica fly ash. Or D. Lanthanum fly ash. Three, two, one. Time is up. The right answer is coal fly ash. And the leaderboard is still Priya, and then Syafira, and the third is Huang An. Okay, let's move to the last question. Question number 8 of 8. The question is, which of this is not a way to use silica in construction? A. Selective precipitation and sedimentation. B. Electrodialysis. C. Selective adsorption. Or D. Bioleaching. Three, two, one. Time is up. So let's see, the right answer is bioleaching. Let's see who is the final leaderboard for this quiz. And the leaderboard is Priya. Okay, congratulations, Priya. Priya, you have got 569. Congratulations once again to Priya. Priya is there. Are you there, Priya? Hello, Priya. Are you there? If you don't have any trouble with your microphone, you can open your microphone and talk to us. Okay. Okay. Hello, Priya. Maybe you have any trouble with your microphone. So I would like to congratulate once again to Priya. You are the #1 for this quiz. Congratulations. Actually, we have at the end of this session, but before we close this session, I would like to remind you again that you still have a task in a group in which the group member you can find in the Google Classroom. But if you still haven't joined with the Google Classroom, or you still hasn't joined with the Telegram, you can join with these 2 social media. Or if you leave some lecture today, you can open the recording to the YouTube channel for Department of Chemistry Education. You can go to the YouTube. You can like, don't forget also to subscribe. And also, here is the committee has shared the Padlet link for poster submission. Once again, we would like to remind you that the best poster is based on the most like and then most comment. So if you uploaded your poster soon, there will be high possibility to have high comment or much love. So if you also have still any question about this virtual summer school, don't hesitate to ask the committee, or you can raise your hand so we can answer your question. And also the committee will share the Padlet link on the Telegram, so you can reach this link easily. Okay, maybe because we still have several minutes, I would like to open the Padlet. Okay, this is the example of the Padlet. Belum share screen. Okay, share screen. Okay. Okay, this is the VSS 2022 single figure presentation. If you open, you click the Padlet, you can find out, for example, this is a poster that has been uploaded to the Padlet. So if you want to upload the poster, you can press, or you have to sign in first. At the right top of your computer or your handphone, there is sign in, and click sign in. You can choose, make sure. Nah, sorry, this one you can choose something that the picture is like ant. You can choose the picture like ant, and then you can sign up with Google or sign up with Microsoft, or you can sign up with Apple. I choose sign up with Google Video. I use the other. There's password. I can use the password of Video. So I use my account. Gmail.com. Okay. Okay, successful. For free, you can choose for free, and then let's go to start the Padlet. If you want to upload or if you want to comment, you just click the comment. For example, because there is one poster here, you can write your comment. If you want to comment for this poster, you can write nice. For example, nice, great. And then if you want to love. And then if you want to upload it your poster, you can press the button of plus. Then you can write the subject. Maybe the subject is your name of group, the name of your group. For example, innovation or circular economy, for example. Economy 1, because for circular economy, there is several groups. So you have to put your number, circular economy 1, circular economy 2, and so on. And then you can upload it. For example, use this picture. Yeah. For example, this one or this one, yeah. And then we are waiting until 81%. Yeah, for example, this one. And then you can write something here. For example, please give your love. For example, this one. And then you can just submit. Yes. It's done. So you just waiting for the comment and then for the love for the other participant, and maybe for your own group. Is it possible for own group to give love or comments? Yeah, is it? We are welcoming for own group to give love or to give the comment on their own poster. Okay, we also remind you that if you want to give comment, you make sure that you have signed in to the Padlet. So if you don't sign into the Padlet, we cannot calculate it, and the name is anonymous. So we will not count. We will not count the name of anonym. Okay, so make sure you sign in by press the button of picture like N and sign in by Google, for example, or Microsoft. And also for this poster, only one poster for each group. So not all member uploaded the poster, but only one participant and one member of the group uploaded the poster to the Padlet. Yeah, you can upload it right now if you have finished your work, because tomorrow is the deadline for the SFP task single figure presentation. Oh, participant only. There is a question from Safina. Can anyone comment on it? Like the friends and family or the participants only? It is only for the participant only, Safina. So if your friends or your family is not participants, they cannot give comment or like this poster. So make sure that this is only for the participants. Is there any question regarding of this Padlet? We hope that there is no trouble to reach this Padlet. It is really easy to use this Padlet. We are also welcome if you have revies, for example, for your poster, you can delete your poster. For example, here I would like to delete my poster. Oh, this is not good. I would like to delete my post. So I just click this one and then delete post. So it will be delete. You just upload it freely and upload it again for the other. And then you write something. Don't forget to write the subject, the group name, circular economy 2, for example. PSS 2022, and then submit. Okay, it's quite easy, I think. Hopefully there is no problem to reach the Padlet. But if you still any difficulties to reach this Padlet, you can ask us to Telegram so we can answer your question, or you can freely give your question, for example, tomorrow. Okay, for today's session, we have reached for the end for this session. For tomorrow, we will be begin at 9 for tomorrow, but except for Friday, we will be start at 8 AM. So for tomorrow is 9 AM, but for Friday we will start at 8 PM, 8 AM, because there will be more presenter that will be told on Friday morning until the afternoon. Okay, there is Ibu Fitri Khairunisa. Maybe there is something want to talk to us.
Yeah, again, I would like to thanks for all of your great attentions from the participants, and have a great rest for today. And don't forget to join us again tomorrow at 9 AM. And yeah, actually I'm very curious, to know the special activities that will be delivered for tomorrow, especially on celebrating our Independence Days. So just in case the participant has great surprises to be shared with us, it's very welcome. Please maybe kindly consider by the committee, by Butri and friends, how to organize the special activities maybe by the end of the program tomorrow, before noon. Tomorrow closely before noon. So hopefully we can have the special ceremony virtually, and it reminds us how important tomorrow, 17th of August, as our Independence Days. And we deeply appreciate and also very welcome for participants abroad, to celebrating together our Independence Days for tomorrow. So this program is especially also designed, in order to celebrate our 77 years of Independence Days. So just the reminder from Butri. And since today is the last session, for today. So yeah, I would like again to thanks for all of your great attentions and cooperations, and yeah, look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fitri Hairunisa. So tomorrow is our Independence Day. For 77 years, we have independent. Okay, everyone, this is the end of our today virtual summer school. We would like to inform you that the agenda for tomorrow is the topic about innovation in food technologies in 17 August 2022. It will be delivered by three speakers, Dr. Widya Stuti Setianingsih from Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia, and then Dr. Carla Araya Cloutier from the Wageningen University, the Netherlands, and then the third is Dr. Andrianti Ningrum from Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia. So make sure you have you will be standby at 9 a.m. But if you have any schedule, for example, you have to ceremony for Independence Day, no matter, you can join freely as after you have finished the celebration of our Independence Day. So thank you very much. I am Trianisa Rahmawati, the moderator of this session for the second day virtual summer school held by Department of Chemistry Education. Thank you very much. If you still hasn't fill or write the attendance link is on your Zoom chat. Thank you very much.